on. Okay, good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Wednesday, the 7th day of October, 2020. This is a regular meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. In effort to adhere to social distancing protocols and best practices imposed by the city and state authorities, the City of Jersey City has canceled all public meetings and closed non-essential services as of March 16th, 2020 until further notice. As a result, this council meeting will be held virtually as a video conference with public access. We had a scheduled 6 p.m. start. The clock on my computer is showing 6:01 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Ridley.
Here.
Councilperson Prinzeri.
Here.
Councilperson Baggiano.
He's here. Rich,
you
mute.
Unmute. It's on
You
mute.
here? Hear
There you
you.
go.
Okay.
Councilperson Saleh.
He's not here.
Not here yet. Okay, Councilperson Solomon.
Here.
Councilperson Robinson.
He's not here yet.
Okay. Councilperson Lavaro. Not here yet. Okay. Councilperson Rivera
Here.
and Council President Waterman.
Here.
We have 6 council members in attendance at 6:01 p.m. May we kindly rise for a moment of silence, please?
Sure, and I'd like to acknowledge Luis Rivera, former worker here, who just passed away today.
I want to send my condolences to Jujo, who works for Culture Affairs. Her mother passed.
Thank you very much. Kindly remain standing as we salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic.
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
And justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. On behalf of Council President Waterman, in accordance with the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of the first floor of City Hall, the amended annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2020. Filed in the office of the City Clerk on Wednesday, March 25th, 2020. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Thursday, October 1st, 2020 at 1 p.m. to the Municipal Council, Mayor, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website, so I can certify as to total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Council members, before we move on, I just got a message from Councilperson Lavaro. He's having some technical problems.
Right. Okay. I told him to come out and come back in. Maybe that'll help.
Perfect, thank you. And Bernadette's on the line, just in case he needs her.
Okay.
Before we move on, just have to do one order of business, is to add items, the late items that were added from the caucus. We have to add items 10.20, 10.21, 10.22, and 10.24. We are not adding 10.23 because that was withdrawn. So may I have a motion to add items 10.20, 20, 21, 22, and 24?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Prinzeri. On a motion to add items 10.20, 21, 22, and 24, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzeri.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh is still not here. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson? Not here yet. Okay. Councilperson Navarro,
Aye.
and I will mark you present at 6:06 PM. Councilperson Rivera
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 with council members Saleh and Robinson absent to add the items 10.20, 21, 22, and 24. Okay? Okay, we have Councilperson Saleh. I'll mark him present at 6:07 PM. So now we have 8 members in attendance. Okay, before we move on to our regular order of business, we have a special guest. We have Congressman Donald N. Payne Jr. to give us an update on what's going on in Washington, D.C. So we do have the congressman on the phone. Mr. Payne, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm going to let you start on my countdown. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, good evening. It's a real honor and privilege to be with you here tonight in Jersey City for your municipal council meeting. This meeting and in my attendance has been a long time coming, but we finally made it here. So I have tried to touch every community in the 10th Congressional District with a report to the council or the mayor or some type of social media. And I'm glad I'm finally here in Jersey City. It's a very difficult time for our country. First, the coronavirus brought the public and economic life to a standstill. Then George Floyd's murder reopened, or actually poured salt in deep wounds that this country has had since its inception. Now we have President Trump's unprecedented assault on the voting institutions and of democracy. There's a lot to deal with for every American in this country. Personally, I never thought that we would see the day that an American president would attack the U.S. Postal Service. But let us not forget that the coronavirus is still here as well. In Jersey City, more than 7,000 residents have caught it and more than 500 have passed away. In Essex County, more than 21,000 have caught it and 2,100 deaths, the most in the state of New Jersey. I know Jersey City Medical Center and Christ Hospital still have coronavirus cases to handle. That's why we need to test and contact trace for this disease on a mass scale to stop the spread. Then we need to reopen fully without any concern. In Congress, we're doing everything we can to help you during this troubled time. We wish the Senate and the President would cooperate and help us move what we are trying to do for the American people. In May, we passed the HEROES Act, which would give the American people $3 trillion in aid for a multitude of things. We could not get the Senate to move on that. Mitch McConnell just sat it on his desk. It's really criminal. Just think what the people of Jersey City would feel if you had legislation that you just laid on the table and ignored it. It's almost criminal. We have a new bill that we finally negotiated after not giving in to the Republicans and Mitch McConnell. The new $2.2 trillion HEROES Act contained $436 billion for state and local governments, which I'm sure you could readily use. Jersey City would get $180 million to help pay for coronavirus expenses if it becomes law. The bill would provide another $1,200 payment to low and middle income Americans and $500 each for each dependent child. It would extend the extra $600 unemployment benefit. It would give $450 million to food banks so families could get the nutrition that they need and not go hungry. It would provide more than $51 million to save our child care industry. And it would allocate $21 billion for housing assistance so homeowners can avoid losing their mortgages and people will not be evicted. It contains $225 billion to help our educational system with the money for both K-12 and higher education. It would provide $3.6 billion to protect our elections on November 3rd. And it would continue to help our small businesses. This year, we know what they've gone through during this coronavirus situation. This year, we provided $659 billion for the popular PPP program. It was a fund to help small businesses pay their employees through the coronavirus crisis. But too much of that money went to businesses that didn't need it. We heard of companies such as Ruth Chris Steakhouse, Shake Shack, and even the LA Lakers got millions of dollars, while local stores could not get a dime. Thankfully, we went back to the drawing board and had those companies return the money. And if they did not return the money, they needed to justify why they needed it. Because emergency aid must go to the stores and shops that need it, like the ones on Grove Street and Central Avenue. We added $50 billion in the New Heroes Act to help them, and included several fixes so small businesses are the priority for this funding. For example, no public companies are eligible for loans. Also, it makes it clear what type of businesses do not need to repay those loans. This money needs to get to our real small businesses with less than 50 or even 10 employees. My website has a page dedicated to helping you apply for those benefits from our aid package since the onset. So if you want, please visit pain.house.gov. That's pain.house.gov. It contains links to agencies and departments to help you get those funds, as well as clarity on the PPP guidelines. Also, it has information about unemployment benefits and how to keep your family safe. Once again, my website is pain.house.gov. And if you have specific requests, please contact my district office in 973-645-3213. We normally have an office in Jersey City, but because of issues in the building, we had to close there and consolidate in my Newark office. So if you want, you can contact them at 973-645-3213. So if you're looking for Elizabeth Lorenzo, that's where she is. We're on the job to help you get what you need. I'd like to end with a mention of the census. We have until the end of this month to finish the count. And we need to make sure every resident in Jersey City gets counted. If not, the city could lose federal funds that help pay for hospitals, medical centers, and first responders. Low counts means cities could lose funds for roads and other critical infrastructure needs. The deadline has been pushed back to October 31st. So we need you to move quickly and get people counted. So fill it out now and encourage others to do the same. I know you've been working diligently on this, but we have to sound the emergency horn. We are in dire need of making sure that people are counting. And encourage your colleagues and your friends and loved ones to vote in November. That's the only way these things will change. So thank you for inviting me, and let me know if there are any questions I can attempt to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congressman. Does anybody have any questions? Any council members have any questions for Congressman?
No. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Okay, I just want to mark Councilperson Robinson present at 6:16 p.m. So we now have all nine council members present. Okay, on to our regular order of business.
Call County Chief.
We are going through the first reading ordinances. First reading ordinance, I'll read them all into the record, and then we can go back to the first one, because I know we have some explaining to do in the very first one. So if you would just bear with me to allow me to read them all into the record. Thank you. Okay, item 3.1, City Ordinance 20-089, an ordinance creating Chapter 187, inclusionary zoning of the Municipal Code, requiring the inclusion of affordable housing units in all development projects with residential which have received use variances or increased density or height. Item 3.2, City Ordinance 20-090, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 282 of the Jersey City Code, Health and Sanitation, establishing standards for the maintenance and servicing of portable lavatories. Item 3.3, City Ordinance 20-091, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 8, Permit Parking, Section 332-58, Parking Restrictions in Residential Zones, amending Zone 10 to include Ocean Avenue between Fulton Avenue and Stegman Street. Item 3.4, City Ordinance 20-092, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping, amending Section 332-27, Angled Parking on Marley Avenue between Clandeddy Avenue and Roosevelt Avenue. Item 3.5, City Ordinance 20-093, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping, Section 332-28.1.c, Electric Vehicle Charging Areas, designating electric vehicle charging spaces at various locations citywide. Before I go on to ask for a vote, council members, I believe that we're going to go over item 3.1, which is the inclusionary zoning ordinance. We have Nick Strasser, Assistant Corporation Counsel, to go over all of the changes that were made during the caucus and that were included, but you won't be able to actually see all of the changes online. So I'm going to ask my staffer, Amanda Bransky, to share her screen to bring up the actual ordinance that was sent out to all the council members this afternoon, describing the amendments in like a tracking way. So Nick, you're on, buddy. Just give us 1 second just to get up just to pull up the ordinance.
Sure. Thank you, Sean. And just as a heads up.
Oh, so cute.
All right, members of the council, the changes were actually uploaded to iCompass. I mistakenly did it as part of track changes through Word, which did not make its way into the iCompass system. So we're going to show you a Word document that's going to include in red all the changes that were made. They're not many changes. They're not terribly substantive, but I want to make sure everybody's clear on what was different from Monday to now based upon some of your comments on Monday. So Amanda, if you could slide down, please, to section 187.3A. A little further. You'll see the first red spot.
There you go.
There we go. And could you click on the red line, Amanda, so the track changes can be seen? Perfect, thank you. So Councilman Solomon, this is the one change that you had identified from Monday. So has been reworded to say applicability After the effective date of this chapter, compliance with this article is required for all properties, developments with a residential component that are requesting and/or receiving additional 5 units or 5,000 square feet of additional residential floor area beyond the existing zoning through the 2 variances, either a C or a D variance, or a redevelopment plan amendment. The one additional change in this paragraph is it was changed from requesting to requesting / receiving. So those are the 2 changes there. Going on to section 3D, a little lower. Okay, right there, stop. Thanks, Amanda. 3D, the one additional sentence, the approving authority shall consult with the councilperson for the ward in which the project is to be built. Okay, going on to section 187.4, a little lower. A little bit lower. Okay. In part C, the word suitable was added, as well as a specific reference to the administrative code. And then in part, for a new paragraph E, the affordable housing residential units to be provided off-site are of comparable or superior site and quality to those that would be provided on-site. The new paragraph F added in accordance with the administrative code as a reference. And then 5D is the last change. Slide down a little further. So it's 187.5D. This is in reference to the tier map that we discussed on Monday. This specifically provides that each year the council will pass by resolution or approve by resolution the new map. So this will give you an opportunity to review the tier map each year before it goes into effect. It also states that a map shall remain in effect until the city council approves a new map. Now, I know you all received a copy of the map, the current draft. It's important to note that the ordinance you're passing refers to the map, but the map will come to you specifically by resolution should this ordinance be passed, probably in December, in preparation for this ordinance taking effect in January, should it pass. So the map itself is not being passed tonight, just a reference to what the map and how it's going to be approved in the future. So Council President, that's all the changes we have for you. I apologize for having to do it through the track changes through the Word document, but it is in iCompass, which is hopefully is more clear for all of you. And thank you for your time.
Okay. Do anyone have any questions on what Nick added?
I have questions with regard to other matters related to the ordinance, but
Do anyone have any questions concerning this? No, there's no questions. Okay, we're clear with that. Now, Rolando, you send out something?
I did.
So you can just go over your changes that you wanted added, and I'll ask each one of them, do they agree with it or not? Because that's the only way it's going to get amended. That's why I asked, is everybody clear with this one? If not, then we would have had to discuss that. Everybody's clear with that one. So now I'm going to yours. And then after you finish saying what you're saying, I will ask everyone, okay?
May I suggest, Council President, that we take each amendment up? If there's a second on the amendment, then just have a councilperson vote each one. They're fairly straightforward. They shouldn't, but trying to do them all.
Just present yours and I'll ask them, do they agree? That's the way they probably would understand, okay? It gets confusing, you know that.
That's why the simplicity of actually taking a vote is
You know, so just present yours. You sent it out. I think some of them saw it, so you could present it. We want to hear it. Go ahead.
Just remember, council members, this is not a second reading ordinance, so it's a first reading ordinance. That's why
Correct.
we wouldn't be taking a vote on any amendments. If we're going to discuss
Right.
A possible change, this is the time to do so.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Rolando.
So I'm sharing my screen. The first item to requesting an amendment to is deleting section 187-8. That's the waiver by the city council. It's kind of this omnibus waiver that just allows the city council to just waive the entire inclusionary zoning ordinance, according to my reading. And as I say here, why delete it? It's just a broad provision that allows the city council to waive the requirements of the inclusionary zoning ordinance without necessarily providing any basis for such a waiver, and it entirely defeats the purpose of having an ordinance in the first place. It sends the wrong message to developers, and I think it's important to that, and we've discussed this in our committee meetings and previously, that we want developers to know that the city expects them to comply with the ordinance and that we're serious in our efforts to incentivize affordable housing. It is also important that Jersey City's working families who are facing an affordable housing crisis right now know that the city is committed to ensuring that new residential development is balanced and equitable and will include homes that are affordable to the working families of all income levels. So that's the first one that, and it's actually at the very end of the section of the ordinance itself. Do you want me to continue through all of them or just one
Yeah,
at a time?
because then they're listening and they already have it, so they'll know what they want to do. That's why you can go present it and then I'll ask each one.
Okay. The second one is the same amendment, but the two different sections. It's amending section 187.3C of the inclusionary housing set aside. It deletes certain language there, but essentially what it says here is it's including it says that the sole exception that shall be that in lieu of 10% of affordable housing residential units being required to be at 35% of median income, that 13% of affordable housing residential units within each bedroom distribution shall be required to be for very low income households earning 30% or less of median income. Why these amendments? And this would also show up in section 187-4 for the section that refers to offsite affordable units in lieu of onsite affordable units. So it's applying to both onsite and offsite affordable units. The exception, as I explained here, for 13% very low income is important because it makes the ordinance consistent with the 2008 amendments to the New Jersey Fair Housing Act, UHAC, which was adopted in 2004, but in 2008, the New Jersey legislature amended the Fair Housing Act to establish that 13% of affordable units should be very low income units reserved for households earning 30% or less of median income. And there was the statutory reference there. This was actually discussed as well in previous committee meetings, and it may have been, if I recall it correctly, I think it was discussed on September 21st at the end of the caucus meeting, and Ms. McManus, I think, and I'm not trying to misquote her, so if I'm incorrect, I thought she also referenced this at that point in the conversation as well. The third amendment is proposing an amendment to section 187.3C again, an inclusionary housing set aside. This has to do with the rounding, and you can see the language there that's underlined that's being included. And in short, this will ensure. So if this ensures that the developer, when they have a fractional affordable unit, given the 20% requirement, that the developer will be required to compensate for that unit in the form of a pro rata payment in lieu contribution. So I'm just making up a number. If they are required as a result of inclusionary zoning to provide 50.5 units, and you round up in that case to 51 units, but if the math should calculate and say it's 50.3 units, while you would round down to 50 units, you can't round up because it's not past the half, the 0.5 mark. But instead of not getting that 0.3, it would come in the form of a payment in lieu contribution to the city, so that we maximize our return in that regard. And then the last amendment is something that Councilman Solomon had referenced regarding amending 187-6 community benefits in lieu of creating affordable housing units. It simply seeks to limit the potential community benefits to the construction of a public school, a public recreation.
Hello?
You broke out,
Froze.
Rolando.
We froze. Rolando, you have to probably repeat the last one, the fourth one. Let's wait till we come out.
Yeah. I think he's coming back. Here we go.
Okay, Rolando, repeat the fourth amendment.
Sure, I'm trying to get it back up. All right, can you see it
Yeah.
still?
Yeah,
Okay. So, one of the lines had to do with water infrastructure, roads and water infrastructure. We recently adopted legislation shifting the responsibility. I'm not sure if it's for all, but for some water infrastructure to developers. And so it really shouldn't be included as a community benefit to them. They shouldn't get credit for that because they're required to do it. The idea of public parking garages, with all due respect to our colleague, the late Councilman Yun, I know he talked about the idea of parking being an endangered species. But in all seriousness, we should prioritize people and housing over parking spaces. And I hope people would agree on that. And that ultimately, and then some of these other responsibilities, I would suggest that they should be incorporated within the city's capital budget with regard to government offices, fire stations, police stations, and so forth. Those are things that we should use our traditional methods of achieving those construction of those items, and that the zoning again should prioritize kind of the housing. I don't know if Councilman Solomon wants to speak to that a little bit himself, since he raised that. I'm personally, just for the record, not necessarily in favor of community benefit, but if it's going to be incorporated, then I'm proposing that it be limited in its scope.
Okay, thank you. Now, Nick, I know Rolando sent all of this out and the law department has it too. Now, based on his amendments, what, you have any suggestions, anything here, so how we could?
Thank you, Council President. I just have a few thoughts. And the first one about the waiver provision in section 187.8. I would just caution the City Council about removing that. In particular, this is designed to last forever. You don't know what might come up before you or future city councils where there may be a circumstance where a waiver is merited, and you would give a future city council an opportunity to do that. And again, it's something that you or a future city council would have to know what else would have to come back before you to make that decision. And from the law department's point of view, there are times where a legal settlement with a land use component may come before you, as it would in a normal course for a settlement. So I'd be reluctant for you to take this authority away from yourselves in the case of a legal settlement that would allow you to, and again, those legal settlements are your option to vote on or not vote on. But I would caution you against precluding the possibility of such a legal settlement from even coming before you. Those are my concerns regarding the waiver by the City Council. Regarding the section paragraph 2, the amendment of 187.3C and 187.4, the councilman's numbers are exactly right, and his quotation of the Fair Housing Act is correct. But in talking to Ms. McManus today about the suggestions from Councilman Navarro, those provisions are typically going to be found in our section 188. And as we discussed at the caucus meeting, 2 caucus meetings ago now, that a revision of section 188 will be coming before you that would include this language. One provision of the Fair Housing Act is contradictory to UHAC, but we would obviously defer to the statutory authority that came after the UHAC establishment. So the issue is not so much the language there as its location, but if the council wants to put it in the inclusionary zoning ordinance, you can. It's just more typical to be in our 188.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Nick. Anyone else have any questions? Okay.
Just I have one sort of question / comment about the taking everything out of the community benefits. I do understand our public buildings like government buildings, fire and police, but I do know for Main Street, part of that community, part of the way that redevelopment plan was written with the community benefit, was to fix the CSO at $25 million. So I just think that if we're thinking long-term as well as short-term around some of this, like we might want to, you know, I'm fine with taking out for now, like government buildings, fire and police, but I think that knowing how bad our infrastructure is just in general, and knowing that the MUA is responsible for most of it, but there might be opportunity to get some things fixed faster, is something we should consider. Because if you're building and you're building, you know, with inclusionary zoning in mind, and building for residents who are across the income spectrum, you also want to make sure that their streets are still going to be safe and that they're not going to have all the issues with flooding, because somebody who, you know, is able to afford a market rate apartment might be also better able to bounce back from major flooding in their building or on their roadway. So that's just my one thought about that.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to ask something. Did you bring up, say something about 4-family houses, Rondo?
No.
No, he didn't say anything about 4 families. I didn't hear anything anyway.
Okay.
Anyone else? Anybody have any input or any concerns? Okay, let's move on. Let's take
So
a
is it being
vote.
added? I'm sorry,
Well,
I'm not clear.
Well,
I'm gonna need-
you know what? I think what we can do, Rolando, on chapter 188, because we are really gearing to UHAC. I think that when we update chapter 188, some of those languages that you are proposing right now, I believe we can definitely put them in there, because everything will refer, not everything, but some things will refer to chapter 188 once we comply with UHAC. So I think that it definitely could go there.
Well, I think from what I heard from Mr. Strasser, Nick Strasser, is that
If I'm correct, I thought that's what he said.
the Second Amendment would be referred to 188, which had to do with the low-income affordability control, eligibility of 13% levels, that would find its way into to chapter 188. I don't think he said that about the other 3, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was the other 3 are part of this section, chapter 187.
So now, Nick, just give us clarity on that, because what can be put in chapter 188, I do, you know, think it should definitely go there, because we have to update that. We have to get to that, because based on UHAC, we have to. And I don't see no one else wanting to change anything first going forward. So that's why I'm trying to get what I can get for Councilmember Rolando in chapter 188. Maybe the rest I can't get in this ordinance, but what I can get in chapter 188, I would like to. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, the changes that the councilman has suggested in his paragraph 2, which is the amendment to section 187.3C and section 187.4, specifically referring to the breakdown of
The
affordability percentages for both the units as well as the income levels. That would be most appropriate in 188. Again, something here, but would be most appropriate in 188. The other provisions, you can certainly put them here, and really that's up to the council. I just wanted to give you the heads up on paragraph 2 about the location of 188 is probably the better place for it. And also the concerns the law department had regarding the waiver, taking out the waiver provision. The other provisions are really up to the council as policy decisions, whether you'd like to see them enacted or not.
Okay. Well, me personally, I'm good with moving what I can to chapter 188, and I'm good with keeping it, you know, everything where it's at. And I would like to definitely work on seeing what's in chapter 188. So how is everyone feel? How do you feel? I just want to know so we can move on. I don't want to hold this up all night, because we done exhausted this going back and forth. So if you're good with the way it is and adding what you can add to chapter 188, could you please say yes or no? That's it, so we can move forward. And this way here, Councilman Rolando knows what he could do. All right. How about you?
I think, Council President, why don't we just go down the vote on whoever wants to vote on it, let them vote on it. Whoever wants to comment on it, let them comment on it. But we should just go down and if you're going to vote on it, vote for it. If not, no. But, you know, we should just.
Okay. All right. Okay, guys.
Well, we don't have, I mean, is there an amendment on the floor?
So
somewhat. He wanted to amend what he showed us on the screen. He wanted to add those amendments, and the law department, Nick just explained to us some of his amendments could be in chapter 188, and he advised us concerning the waiver. So I just would like to know what you guys want to do. I said that I'm good with it the way it is and adding his concerns that can be added to chapter 188. But I'm good with it the way it is. And what could be added to chapter 188, I would prefer to add to chapter 188.
So may I suggest, as Councilman Rivera suggested as well, that for the First Amendment, the deletion of chapter 187 the waiver, that be just go down the horn and see if anyone has an interest in doing that. And then with regard to the Second Amendment of amending section 187.3C and 187-4 with regard to the low income requirement, we don't even need to have that conversation. I defer to the idea that if it's going to be captured within chapter 188, that works for me. And then with regard to the Third Amendment of the rounding, I would suggest that the council, again, just kind of go around the horn. That's a fairly straightforward provision. And then the last amendment 187-6, given what to the community benefits, given what Councilperson Prinzari said, can restore that language on the roads or keep the roads and water infrastructure and just eliminate the other offices, fire stations, police stations, and public parking garages. And then kind of take a straw vote on that.
Okay, so basically so whoever wants to vote on keeping it as it is and adding what he wants to chapter 88 or adding the Fourth Amendment to the new ordinance that we have right now. Am I correct? Because it's like you breaking it all up. That's why I said it gets confusing. That's why I said I'm good with it, and whatever we can add to chapter 188, we can add. The rest I will leave the same. That's my vote. So
Council President,
go around and just ask us what.
Well, I was going to ask you if you want to make it easier. What I was going to do is just we normally don't make motions to amend a first reading ordinance, but because this is here in front of us, I think the easiest way to do it is to make a motion to amend the first reading ordinance as presented by Councilperson Lavaro. And with the exception of number 2, which is amending section 187-3, inclusionary housing set aside, and the amendment to section 187-4, which both, I believe, Mr. Strausser said that can be added to chapter 188. The rest would be to delete section 187-8, waiver by the city council. Number 3, to amend section 187-3, inclusionary housing set aside. And number 4, to amend 187-6, community benefits in lieu of creating affordable housing units. So
if you like the amendment, then just vote, correct? That's
I'm going to ask for a motion and a second, and then I'll take a vote.
Okay.
Motion made by Councilperson Lavaro. And may I have a second? Sorry?
Councilman Solomon will second.
Thank you. Okay. On the motion to add the amendments made by Councilperson Lavaro, Councilperson Ridley.
I just want to say this is a lot to kind of take in and go through right here and now. I wasn't following as closely as some of the other council people with the hearings on the inclusionary zoning, because in my mind, we were going to come back with one ordinance.
Right.
And then, take it from there, read that, decide if we agree with that or not, and then take a vote. So I do see that Councilman Lavaro has added a few things that some of the council people do agree with. I still would like to read through things a little more, so I am going to actually abstain.
Councilperson Frenzeri.
Okay, so just for clarity on my part, this is to add all three, and because I still am not totally comfortable with removing the council waiver for some of the reasons that Corporation Counsel, our legal department, has suggested. This is, something that's been going to be in place for a long time, and as a council, I think that everything should always come back to us. It doesn't mean we're going to vote yes or no, but there should be a broader discussion that way. So if and also the other Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 makes sense, but if this is all coming together, then I don't know that I can vote yes for all three. So I'm going to go ahead and abstain.
This is,
Councilperson Bond.
can I just, this is why I suggested maybe we just do each item individually.
No, it gets confusing, just period, because we already have an amendment. That's why I've said it. It gets confusing. You know it. It gets confusing. Go ahead, Sean, continue.
There is a question.
Yeah.
This is a procedural question, just for clarity again on my part. Maybe this will help the rest of the council. So when this comes to second read, we can make amendments from the floor during a second read, or would it go back to first read?
It depends if it's a substantial change.
It should change, right?
Okay.
So do we feel that any of these changes are going to be substantial? Like, are these changes things that can be added between first and second reading?
Nick?
I would say all the ones that are proposed, if added, would be substantial, particularly 1, 3, and 4. I think I'm not sure where the status of 2 is. I think Councilman LaBarra said put it off at 188. But certainly 1, 3, and 4 with the waiver, with the rounding change, and then with the community benefits change. Those changes would represent substantial changes.
But it could be made a second reading. I mean, if it'll to just push this to second reading, and just consider each amendment individually, give people some time to do that.
Could we just finish the vote?
Okay.
Please, because that's what I'm saying. Let's
Sure.
just finish the vote. Go ahead.
Councilperson Baggiano.
I agree with what Denise said. I'm going to abstain.
Councilperson Saleh.
I just have a few questions, I guess, before I vote. Would Rolando, Councilman Lavarro's proposal remove our waiver option? And is there a way to amend it to require a supermajority, such as 6 votes plus one of the council, in order for us to approve a waiver? And that's, I guess, the questions to Corporation Counsel.
I honestly have not thought about the possibility of putting a super waiver requirement into an ordinance. I'm also going to have to see if that's consistent with our council rules, because I think that might run afoul of that. So I'm reluctant to kind of shoot from the hip and give you an answer whether a supermajority put into this ordinance would be legally appropriate. I can certainly look into it and get back to you, but I'm reluctant to give you an answer on the fly here, because I do think it would run afoul of our council rules. Then we would have conflicting legislation that would conflict.
Or for municipal bonding, I know we have to have like 6 votes instead of the regular 5, but if we can.
Absolutely, and I believe that is statutory, and I also believe that is codified in our council rules.
Okay.
That's the reason I say that.
Correct.
Oh, good. Thank you,
If you
Mr.
can look
Clerk.
into it.
Thank you for the second. I appreciate it.
So would this proposal remove the waiver? The ability for city council to remove the waiver?
As I understand, the amendment you're voting on now does include the removal of the waiver.
And can you reiterate the importance of the waiver and why the city council should have it as opposed to not having it? Just
Sure.
For our edification.
Sure. The 2 reasons I mentioned earlier are first, again, this ordinance is designed to be forever. You do not know what circumstances may come before this council or come before a council in the future where you may have a discussion and decide that a waiver of this chapter is something appropriate given a particular project or a particular circumstance. The second reason is for legal settlements that have a land use component. It may be necessary to waive this chapter in order to effectuate the settlement. And I would be reluctant for you to give away that authority to approve such a legal settlement by not having a waiver in this section to allow you to vote on it. Again, it's not to say you have to vote yes, but to have this waiver taken away would prevent that possibility from ever coming to you. So I don't think that's something that you want to take away from yourselves or to future council members.
Is that something that happened in the Fair Share House versus the city of Hoboken, or where they ended up striking down the what's it called, the buyout provisions?
I'm honestly not sure about that case law off the top of my head. That wasn't what I had in mind when I was giving you that recommendation.
Okay.
It was
All
more
right.
just consistent with your general settlement authority to make sure that you have that authority moving forward.
Okay, I would like to see us retain that authority, not because I want to remove affordable housing from, any sites. I want us to retain that power for the sole purpose of if we have to abide by a settlement agreement. And I don't know what circumstances would warrant us to waive the affordable housing requirement, but I think the city council should not cede its power or the option, frankly, of doing that in the future for those legal purposes. So with that, I will vote no, but if it didn't have it, I would be inclined to vote yes.
Councilperson Solomon.
I'll vote yes.
Councilperson Robinson.
I don't agree with everything and I don't disagree with everything, but because of, I guess, everything being grouped into one bunch, it's hard to really vote on it to say yes, definitively yes or definitively no. So I'm gonna just vote no.
Councilperson Navarro.
So let me, so on the waiver, I can think of one example. And that example would likely be, and if I had to guess, it's probably the reason the provision is included, is the embankment situation, right? So there's a settlement agreement and certain zoning and other things like that. There's been talk of the different zoning. I won't get into the details of that, but that would be the situation that I think that probably come to mind around this. That's a situation where we would forego it. I would say for folks, and it's my intention, I guess, it's my intention at the next meeting and second reading to introduce, and I should have said this at the outset. These are the amendments I was able to prepare after reading it for the first time, this ordinance on Thursday evening, and to kind of work through that. And so this is all I was able to prepare, and working on other amendments, which I shared with you via email as well, and to let the public know that as well, that's going to introduce additional amendments to change and strengthen this inclusionary zoning policy that's being presented currently. That being said, it's my intention to kind of reintroduce these, and given that it'll be second reading, I'd ask you to consider them again as separate motions. And it's my intention to kind of introduce them as separate motions, which I believe is my right under the law to be able to do that as a councilman as well. And since it's first reading, we don't really consider motions. So, procedurally, the fact that they're all bundled together, I understand that. With regard to the second amendment proposed having to do with the rounding, everybody should take an opportunity to read that more closely. I mean this with no insult or disrespect intended, but it's kind of a no-brainer. That one, it's saying that we're getting more back for Jersey City, for Jersey City residents in the form of affordable housing trust fund money, instead of leaving money on the table with the developer if you're rounding If you're rounding, and it should end up on below 0.5. And then the third one, I think there are probably differences of opinion there. It's, again, as I expressed, I'm not necessarily inclined to provide any buyout provisions for community contributions. But if it's going to end up that way, I propose this idea after listening to Councilman Solomon about the idea that perhaps limiting it to a few necessary community benefits in that sense. That being said, I'm going to vote yes for the record, and as I said, look to reintroduce these amendments at the October 21st meeting.
Councilperson Rivera.
So, the fact that, I received this at 2:11 this afternoon. There is a lot, there is a lot, to read, there is a lot to amend. There is some good in both ordinances, but this is something that I would love to have this discussion daily for the next 2 weeks until we have on second reading, but this happens all the time. We try to rush these things the day before, but I do welcome conversation. I'd like to speak to Councilman Navarro even, after today, that we have a dialogue on it instead of, the day of the second reading. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to vote no on it, and I look forward to some conversations on this.
Council President Waterman.
I'm going to vote no on it, but I know what I can add to Chapter 188. I definitely will add. I think that is important, and this is just the beginning. I want us to understand that we have to get something on the table, because this is just the beginning. We have to build from there. We need to start learning how to collect data from what we want to do this inclusionary zoning with. And so from there, I think we can build. To me, this is just the beginning of the building ground, to be perfectly honest, because when me and Rolando started out with these resolutions, the resolution is tighter. It really is. But negotiating and trying to get everybody to take a vote, because I'm understanding that in each ward is a different setup. And I understood that because when we first took office in 2013, and Rolando and Rich may know it, and Danny may know it, how Journal Square was. But at the time, we was given tax abatements, and we gave tax abatements up there to spark the development. That's what that was about. And then once we gave those tax abatements, we started tightening up on them. But I still do believe in tax abatements, because we do need them to get certain projects, afloat. So I'm saying when we started that, we said, okay, we have to start something there. So is it with this inclusionary zoning. We have to start something, and we can build from there. It won't be perfect, and we all won't like it because we all not getting what we want. But I believe if we start somewhere, we can build. I know Councilman Rolando has good points. I know the administration had good points. And so all I was trying to do, and all the other council people had concerns, I'm just trying to get a medium where we can just get something on the table and we can build from there. This is not written in stone, people. This is not. This is a start, and we can build from there. We don't know how it's going to do. We don't know, but we have to begin to we have to start something. So that's why I'm voting no, because I went back and forth with both sides, and it's time for us to get something on the table. This is just the beginning. Okay, Sean?
Okay, so the motion to submit amendments made by Councilperson Navarro is defeated 2-4-3, with Council members Solomon and Navarro voting yes, and Council members Ridley, Prinzary, Bacciano abstaining. Okay, so now I will take the vote on items 3.1 through 3.5. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Bacciano.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Solomon.
Just briefly on 3.1. I understand, the council president's desire for us to move forward and get something on the table, which makes sense. We've been talking about this for a while. And I would say that the ordinance as drafted only goes into effect on January 1st. So it makes sense to create a draft, you know, put it on the table, have us talk through it. But we do have time, right? We have a number of meetings between now and January 1st for us to get this right. Because yes, we need data, but I think realistically, we're not going to look at this again until at least 2022. We're putting this in place now. And I think at the end of the day, this ordinance does need serious revision. And I always agreed that the draft initially put forward by Councilman LeVar and Council President Waterman needed more flexibility. But I think part of the whole purpose of IZO, of inclusionary zoning, is to really tie our hands and future council's hands to guarantee more affordable housing, because that's always the community benefit that gets dropped. And I think that this draft, it's too much flexibility and too many avenues out. So I'm going to vote no on 3.1. We'll work for amendments in our meeting in 2 weeks, and then we'll vote yes on all the rest.
Thank you. Councilperson Robinson.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson LeVar.
So before I cast my vote, I just need to get some questions answered, which I didn't get to get at the caucus meeting. Is planning or other representatives from the city who prepared this available?
I don't know if they're on the line. If they're not here, Rolando, by any chance, if you email your questions and copy all of us, we'll make sure it get done, but I don't know. Okay.
So I'm going to put the questions on the record to, regardless, and if somebody's out there, or if the law department or the VA's office feels they can answer it, or Council President, if you feel as well that, or anyone else in the council. The tier map itself, while I received the map, I did ask what the basis and the underlying basis is for determining the tiers, and still haven't gotten a response on that, and still asking for that answer. I believe I did email that out as well, and maybe I'll have to double check. I've sent a lot of emails already at this point. But it's my understanding that its cost burden has something to do with that, and that there may be another factor involved in it as well. I'd like to know what it is and how it was calculated. I'd also ask and request that we get a map that shows street names and street level around that, so that can identify exactly which neighborhoods we're talking about. It appears to me, at least on these tier maps, that it undervalues the land in some locations, although I can't tell definitively just because I can't kind of figure out the specific boundaries for them. And so it'd be helpful to know what the boundaries are if they're based on census tracts, if that's the basis of that as well. I also did ask for evidence of the UHAC and affordability release controls. And while I don't, Ms. McManus spoke to that and talked about the idea that it's only been since 2004, so no releases are coming anytime soon. And so we won't have that, we won't know that. This is true, and so I will concede that point. And in fact, we won't know whether that the release controls will be what will hold up in court. But I will say this about that, is that whether it's, I mean, we're not going to be here after 30 years, but the next council that will be around, and then there's the danger of that after 30 years that the city could choose to release the controls. And some may say, well, that's fine with if that's what they choose to do at that point, then that's what they choose to do. But I think the current city council can make a choice to say we don't want you to release it until it comes later. And so we could set it at 40 years and then allow for that council to release it at that point, or 65 years or 50 years. And I say 40 years just like Hoboken as an example. So I think we should look at that. While those controls are consistent with UHAC, it's an untested area of law, and in my conversations with attorneys who work in this area, that this is untested. And while the first expirations will probably come in 2034, it is the legal community largely acknowledges that developers will argue at that time that the controls are not supposed to stay in perpetuity, or that municipalities have to compensate them for the longer controls. And if folks remember from our earlier meetings, we provided documentation and evidence in the committee, at least for those who are members of the committee, that in other municipalities where they had 30-year controls, where they came against the same thing, where their affordability controls were expiring, and that they had to come up with ways to compensate the developers to ensure that it would continue and stay in place.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to finish what I'm going to say around this, and folks can say what they want to say about this. But I've spent a lot of time on this, and I'm going to get my points across on this. So the other thing I just want to point out, and actually I skipped around a little bit here. If the law department can look at it, the formatting needs to be worked on throughout the entire document. It's really kind of all over the place in terms of the formatting, indentations, and the bullet points and so forth, the numeric, the numbering and so forth around there. On the very first page, there's I think it's the third whereas from the bottom. It should be separated into two whereases. It actually shows two whereases, but the physical document shows. And so just putting that out there, that if they can clean that up before the next, before the second reading vote. So let me just talk about, lastly, just about the ordinance itself. There are some good things. There was a good thing here, which is after all of that time in the committees and a lot of evidence that was provided by my office and staff around workforce housing, and so the area median incomes around that, we have eliminated, which was in the mayor's original ordinance, the workforce housing income, putting those folks in workforce housing as being part of the affordable housing units that would come out of this inclusionary zoning policy. And to be clear and for the record, according to today's Jersey City area median income around this, a family of four would, if there was still workforce housing incorporated, that family, this development, that would be an inclusionary zoning development that provides workforce housing, could charge rents of up to $2,954. So that is not a community benefit. That's not a give back to Jersey City residents. It's unaffordable for more than the vast majority of Jersey City residents, for a family of four, for sure. So I will say that I'm happy about that. With regard to the applicability and exemptions, we started with an ordinance that didn't even consider variances with the mayor, and myself and Council President Waterman introduced one that did. I'm not happy about the exemptions for the Jersey City Housing Authority, and I'll put it on the record at this point right now that I think that's targeted with the idea of releasing the developer from any sort of not about the income and and the UHAC requirements. I think it's about the development for Holland Gardens and being able to strike a deal there with a developer for Holland Gardens to get more for that developer over there. The master plan thing exemption as well. I'm not in favor of that as well. Skipping to and then finally the buyout provision. And so the buyout provision, if you look very closely at what was proposed in April of 2019, in April 2019, the mayor introduced in his ordinance the three buyout provision opportunities. They included the payments in lieu, off-site development in lieu of on-site of development, and community contributions, as we talked about the police station, the fire station, the police, the public school, etc. And fast forward here to October 2020, after all of that, and we talk about compromise and trying to figure out and reconcile, you literally have exactly the same thing. And in addition, and I'm going to call them not the buyout provisions, I'm going to call it the sellout provision. We've added two other provisions which allow this council under the ordinance to be able to actively make a decision to either reduce the developer's affordable housing through a vote of the city council or to waive it altogether, as has been discussed previously when I introduced the amendment. Those I'm referring to not as buyouts, but as sellouts, right? Us selling out the people of Jersey City in that regard. So with that being said, while I'm happy that the income brackets are now really addressing, would potentially address the most affordable and neediest of our community, I'm the fact that there's so many loopholes, gaping loopholes in here that would allow for a developer to get out of their obligations for building on site makes it almost meaningless and useless as an ordinance. Lastly, I just promised a resident who sent me an email about that I'd read it into the record. It's very short. It says, "Dear Councilman, I can't be present at tonight's meeting, but I support your efforts and appreciate your communication. If it is useful, I've provided a brief statement that could be read at tonight's meeting. My name is Caitlin Halpern, and I'm a resident of Ward E. I am incredibly disappointed to hear that this inclusionary zoning ordinance is being treated with such disrespect by our city's leadership. Any inclusionary measure that is so easily sidestepped, bought out, or waived is a disgrace, a wolf in sheep's clothing. It strikes me as deceptive and an attempt to play liberal and social justice politics while actually serving the rich, who, with the help of the hollow policies like this, will continue to devour our city. Hollow policies prevent fair and inclusive measures from helping those who need them most, and we will not tolerate them." And I think Caitlin said it better than I did. So thank you, Caitlin, for your words. With that, I'm voting no on the introduction for the first ordinance, and I'll vote aye for all the rest.
Thank you. Councilperson Rivera.
I just want to be clear that some council members voted no on the affordable housing. But like I said earlier, that this is something that we could continue to talk until the next reading. And like Councilman Solomon said, we're probably not going to visit this until January. And we should definitely engage in conversation all the time, not just when we try to politic during an ordinance the day of. So I think that I want to apologize to the law department because you guys have done a great job with this. And I want to recognize that you guys put a lot of effort into it. Some members of the inclusionary board, you guys really put a lot of effort into it, but there's always room for changes, from all council members, there's always room for changes. And I think that's what we're trying to get here. We're not looking on not to change, and we're not looking on not to amend, but we want to do it right. We want to make sure that all of us understand, and all of us, we might not agree to it, but at least we can come to some sort of like understanding, or meet, doesn't have to be in the middle, but meet a little bit at the halfway point. But we should respect each other here, and that doesn't happen too often. So with that, I'm going to vote aye on everything.
Oh, God.
Council President Waterman.
First of all, this is the first reading, but what I want the public to know is that trying to put an ordinance together when everybody has a desire is one of the most challenging things you can do. Now, I heard what Councilman Solomon said and Councilman Rolando said, and I'm conscious of Councilman Mira because she wanted workforce housing. So it's a lot that goes involved when we trying to come up with an ordinance, and everybody do not get what they want. Now you keep saying, I keep hearing that the developers, they got it easy. But the truth is, though, we don't know, because what people don't really understand, there's one side of the city that's really not being developed, not like downtown rather. And so when we took office, and Rolando, when we took office in Journal Square, that wasn't developed. And so we said, okay, we'll try a 30-year tax abatement for each unit to try to spark development. We did. Once the development start, and then, people start wanting to develop there, then we tighten it up. To be perfectly honest, we tighten it up. I don't know if a developer is going to build on the south side of town. Right now, we don't have them knocking down the doors to build there. I've been in this seat for about 8 years, and it's hard for us to get development in Ward F. It is challenging, and every time I go in Ward F, they saying why things are not happening there, why are we not getting built up there. I can't make a developer build there. I can't make them. All I'm trying to do is give them some type of incentive to want to build there, because the people on that side of town do deserve some type of building. They do deserve, to be remodeled on that side of town. This is not written in stone. All of us know this. We can visit this March again if we want to. We can say this is not working. I don't want people to get the notion that once this is done, once we vote, is done. We know it's not. We can revisit stuff. How many ordinance that we have amended since we sat in this seat? Plenty. We amend plenty. So I want the public to know that we definitely can amend plenty. But there's a part of the town that's not being built. I wish y'all would go visit it. I do. I wish y'all would go visit that side of town to see the challenges that the other council people have to get things built in their ward. Now, I believe this when it comes to affordable housing, all things should be built on site. But I was willing to compromise because I was listening to what my other colleagues are saying, that they need to get development. I'm willing to work with it. And I'm willing to see if anything happened within 6 months to a year time to see if anything happens. So when we say we're selling out, I don't like that statement, because we're not selling out at all. This council has the right to come back and amend anything that does not work. And we know that. And we need to let the public know that. But we have to put something on the table to give it a try. There is nothing out there, and they are building. I am on the planning board, and every time I see it, they are building, and there is no affordable units. So I had compromised to get us to come together so we can get something on the books. Is that wrong? Maybe some of the public don't like it, but at this point, I'm willing to try it, because there are people who call my office every day telling me they need affordable housing. And so we went by the UHAC. They said that's the best way to go. We went by that. We have to change chapters in order to fulfill that. So I'm willing to give all of this a chance, because I do care about affordable housing. I've been working on this for a long time. But I know one thing: if this does not work, we can tighten it up, and we know we can. But we have to start getting building spark on the other side of town. That side of town is suffering. It really is. So with that in mind, I vote yes for all.
Okay. Item 3.1 is introduced 7-2, with council members Solomon and Navarro voting no. Items 3.2 through 3.5 are introduced 9-0. Okay, before I move on to our second reading ordinances, I'd just like to make an announcement. So in order to speak on a second reading ordinance, members of the public, you would have to submit your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A and provide me with that information, so then we can call you and patch you through the meeting. With that being said, and that's also posted on one of our announcements that Bernadette was so kind enough to put on the live event Q&A. With that being said, so we're going on to the first reading ordinance, second readings. Item 4.1, City Ordinance 20-081, an ordinance amending certain provisions of Bond Ordinance Number 18-038, finally adopted by the City of Jersey City on May 9th, 2018, providing for various capital improvements for the city and appropriating $47,282,671 therefore, and providing the issuance of $45,031,115 in general improvement bonds or notes of the city to finance the same. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide your name and phone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the last call for a public hearing on City Ordinance 20-081. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number to patch you through the meeting. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-081?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera. I'll give the second to Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-081, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-081. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-081, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-081 is adopted unanimously 9-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.2. City Ordinance 20-082, an ordinance of the City of Jersey City and the County of Hudson, New Jersey, providing for various capital improvements for the City of Jersey City and appropriating $31,500,000 therefore, and providing for the issuance of $30 million in general improvement bonds or notes of the City of Jersey City to finance the same. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please submit your name and telephone number in the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the last call for the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-082. Any member of the public wishing to speak on this ordinance, please provide your name and telephone number using the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, no one has contacted me, so may I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-082?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Prinzary. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-082, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-082 for final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-082. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
I just want to thank the board members of the Parks Coalition and Brian Law in Architecture and Melissa from the BA's office for going over the list of proposed parks and parks improvements and giving the Parks Coalition better clarity on what all this entails. I know that this kind of work with the Parks Coalition and the administration has always been an important priority for the Parks Coalition. So I'm glad to see it is continuing. And with that, I vote aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Just very briefly want to thank BA and I know Councilperson Rivera and Council President Waterman, who have been big supporters of 16th Street Park. And it was initially, I think, not included, but it's been included in this capital ordinance. I know that, just because it's included doesn't mean it's going to get done. So the next step is to really work with the community and with the administration on priorities. But, it's a park for decades that we've been talking about making improvements to, and it's great to see funding for it included in this bill. So with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
I have some questions with regard to this. I don't think I ever got any information about what the path side money was for, and I've asked repeatedly. So, can someone elaborate on that?
Is Brian on or Nick?
Hi, Joyce, I'm here.
Oh, okay, Melissa.
Sorry. Yeah, I think we sent out an email about the capital bond. Finance Director John Metro sent that out, and there was also a follow-up from Corporation Counsel was sent out.
Yes, it included the breakdown, the confidential breakdown, and the memo, and with regard to that, unless there's another document, but I did not receive information specifically asked what the money that was budgeted, and I'm not saying how much because I understand we have to maintain confidentiality. This is the first time that we've had to do this, but maintain confidentiality on the dollar amounts that are budgeted here for the Pathside Museum, Pathside building, and would like to know what that is. And I had also asked at the time for an update on the Pathside itself and that whole endeavor, and haven't received any information. So unless there's some information to be shared at this point, would be happy to hear that.
I think that the amount that is listed for the Pathside building would be an amount that would come before council in a more detailed way when we were ready to make that progress.
Yes, it would come before the council for an approval if it should come for the total amount because it would pass the threshold. Understood, but that doesn't answer what. And I understand you're filling in
right
at this point, but so I won't belabor the point, and I appreciate you, Melissa. Let me just move on to the next question, which was I asked about the question about the reallocation of funds, and I used very specific example that, and I'm just going to read this. I'm not going to share my screen. Just scenario number 1, assuming this capital bond ordinance is approved without amendments. Additionally, assuming $250,000 is dedicated to Park X, which is on the list of parks included with the approved capital bond, can the administration use part or the entire $250,000 that was dedicated for Park X? Can they use it now for Park Y, which is also on the list of parks included with the approved capital bond? Would the administration then require a reappropriating ordinance to accomplish this? Or would the administration simply seek the council's approval for the contract in accordance with the state procurement laws? And then there was a second scenario, scenario 2, said the same thing, except in this, instead of reappropriating $250,000 from Park X, it would be to Park Y, instead of be dedicated to Park Z, which is not on the list of parks included. And would that require a reappropriating ordinance? Or would it simply come before the council as a approval? And I asked the BA, also to the law department, and the response I got was the city is bound by the plain language of the ordinance. Any deviation from the ordinance itself would require that the administration return to the council for approval. So I'm just going to ask the law department, treat me like a 4-year-old on this and give me layman's language on this. Does that mean that there will be a reappropriating ordinance in scenario 1 where Park Y is involved, which is on the list, and then on scenario number 2, which is off the list if they wanted to reappropriate the money from Park X to Park Z that is not on the list, would a reappropriating ordinance be required? And I'll wait for that answer, a direct answer on that.
So I think the controlling language here would be including but not limited to, meaning that it's, I think the first scenario you proposed, the answer would be, no, there's not a reappropriation ordinance, but they would have to come before the council for all necessary procurement. As far as your second scenario with X to a non-listed Park Z, the same would apply. The wording here contemplates the spending in parks and provides a class of examples. It is not intended to be all-encompassing, but it's intended to provide a snapshot as of now to the council to describe projects that are currently designated, currently contemplated and planned, but allows for the possibility that there may be other projects of a similar type in other parks that may be appropriate for spending in the event there is a change in priorities.
Okay.
Okay.
My next
I
question.
also got a response on the path side question.
Sure.
The funds allocated are a contingency if needed for design and prep work. And Brian Platt will be happy to follow up with you on that tomorrow.
What does that mean, design and prep work for what?
For the build out.
For the building to stabilize it or to build a museum?
For the build out of the museum.
Well, okay, if that's the case, that makes my answer a lot simpler. I'll share that at the very end because I still have a couple of questions about this. Just a quick question about Reservoir $3 that are included in this. Is that serving as a matching dollars to the grants that are already approved for this, or is it on top of matching dollars that the city may already have allocated?
Yes, those are matching dollars.
Is it new matching dollars, or is it on top of, meaning new on top of existing matching dollars, or these are the matching dollars for those grants?
These are the matching dollars for those grants.
Okay. What is the
vote, or you got more questions?
I have more questions. What is the sustainability and green infrastructure? Can you speak more about that without, I'm not speaking to the numbers there, but like what are we appropriating dollars there for specifically?
So we're appropriating dollars for a number of different sustainability initiatives, things such as green roofs, electric vehicle charging stations, the composting program, other kinds of bioswales, other kinds of green infrastructure improvements across the state.
Okay. The capital budget also includes body cameras. Again, I won't say the amount, but at the last council meeting, we approved a $500,000 allocation for body cameras. Can you speak to the additional dollars here and why additional dollars are needed beyond the $500,000 that we've already appropriated?
That wasn't one that I looked into. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that one was on the list of questions, but I'll certainly ask and follow up.
Okay. All right. That being said, I have one last one. There was a recreation buses. Are those? Are those replacing Are we replacing buses? I don't think it said recreation buses. It just described it as some sort of bus. Is that replacing our recreation buses?
I'm not sure if the ones that you're referring to are the ones for the recreation program or for the seniors, but either way, they're dual use and they're in pretty bad shape currently. So yes, they will be used by either and or both recreation and seniors.
Thank you for the questions. I'm going to email you these as well so I can get more clarity on all these things. The end result for me is that despite all of that, I'm going to vote no. And let me explain my vote here, which is that to the point about the law department and the idea of the allocations of funds. As I said at first reading, we should be able to write this ordinance in a way that drafts it so that the dollars are intended for the purposes and projects that they were intended for. And it sounds like we're giving too much flexibility and leeway. And as I suggested, it's kind of a blank check to a certain extent. And maybe it's not the entire 31 million, but it's smaller pots of money that are being given as blank checks to be able to allow for expenditures in various various projects that may not even be listed among the projects here. The second thing is if there's a build out on the path side, I am completely opposed to that. We have not even seen the plans there and don't know exactly what's going on there at this point. And while that, regardless whether it's a large amount, and since I can't disclose the dollar amounts, I guess on this, or if it's a small or a big amount, I think we should not be allocating any additional dollars. As we said before when we first talked about this project, we should have an idea of whether this is going to be a self-sustaining program over there, and just how much in the hole are we going to be. And given that we're in the middle of COVID, and we don't know what our budget's going to look like next year, the idea of appropriating more money that for a project that I have no idea what the success rate is that going to be at this point is I think irresponsible, frankly, on our part. The other thing, and I didn't get into all the questions around it, but there are all these vehicles on there. There's still no vehicle inventory system here by the city. I've been voting against all of these appropriations and purchases for new vehicles because we simply aren't tracking our inventory and simply aren't being able to justify the expenditures in that sense. It's kind of, we're just kind of winging it as we need cars to come along and so forth. So for all of those reasons, I'm going to vote no. And lastly, I just want to say that the Parks Coalition should be consulted, and I know that they expressed some concerns about not having been familiar with this when it was first introduced. Perhaps they've been updated at this point since the date of introduction, but there's an MOU in place, and I've encouraged them to renew that MOU with the city to ensure that we have a commitment to ensuring that we're working with them in partnership for the improvement of all our parks in Jersey City. That being said, I'm voting no.
Thank you. Councilperson Rivera.
I forgot what I was going to say. I vote yes.
Council President Waterman.
Yes.
City Ordinance 20-082 is adopted 8-1, with Councilperson Navarro voting no. Next, item 4.3, City Ordinance 20-083, an ordinance acknowledging the transfer and assignment of the property known as 295 Thomas F. McGovern Drive, Jersey City, and consenting to the transfer of the tax exemption held by Exeter Thomas McGovern Land Urban Renewal LLC to CICF 2-NJ1B02 Urban Renewal LLC pursuant to Section 9.1 of the Financial Agreement and NJSA 48:20-22 of the Long-Term Tax Exemption Law. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the system. Okay, this is the last call on the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-083. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the system. Okay, no one has contacted us through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-083?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-083, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-083. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-083, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
I'm gonna vote aye, but I just, this is supposed to be like an Amazon, fulfillment center. And I just want to ask all my council colleagues to help me hold Amazon, reliable to hiring people from Jersey City. It's not just a Ward F thing. I know it's in Ward F, but I just want to ask you guys to really help me hold them to what they said they were gonna do, and that's hire people from Jersey City. So I'll vote aye. Thanks.
Councilperson Lavarro.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo that as well and urge Amazon, and actually I'm going to ask the administration and hold the administration accountable for ensuring that that we hold Amazon accountable and we use all of our authority and our power under the law and hold them accountable to the project labor agreement. I'm sorry, the PICAs, the performance employment contracting agreements that are in place with them because they did receive a tax incentive for this property. And we expect Amazon to deliver and provide local jobs and opportunities for minorities and women workers here in Jersey City. That being said, I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye, and I just want to say on 4.3, what I did forget is I want to also personally thank James Solomon for advocating as well, and Councilwoman Waterman for advocating for 16th Street Park the way we've been doing for the longest. Thank you on that. And yes, on 4.3.
Thank you. Council President Waterman.
I'm gonna vote aye, but I want to suggest to my colleagues, Rolando and Robinson, won't y'all do a job fair to make sure some Jersey City residents, do get on site, get on the job. I think that would be a great idea. I just want to put that out there.
Okay. City Ordinance 20-083 is adopted unanimously 9-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.4, City Ordinance 20-084, an ordinance to amend the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan to reduce the height permitted on Block 16, aka also known as 333 Morris Street. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the last call on the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-084. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, no one has contacted us through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-084?
Motion.
Motion
Second.
made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-084, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Council President Waterman, I think you're muted.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-084 is approved 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-084, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
So just as kind of a, I think, a matter of principle here, I'm going to vote no. I don't blame planning board or planning staff because I understand their hands were tied. But just at the end of the day, as a city, from the very, very first time that we realized that what was built was not in accordance with the zoning plans or the submitted site plan at 333 Grand Street, we have to, if that ever happens again, I think take a hard line that just says there's really no way out of it. You've got to take it down and build according to the site plan. And I know there are folks who wanted to do that. And again, there were certain kind of logistical, technical reasons why that we didn't go down that path. But just as a matter of principle, this is part of that settlement, this vote today. So I'm going to vote no on that.
Okay. Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Yeah, I'm just going to take my opportunity to say something about the previous ordinance. And thank you, Council President, for the suggestion about holding. Happy to do that, and not an excuse, but I have one staff member in terms of holding a job fair. Happy to do that, but I also would say that for every council member that we have an obligation under the law to provide a check and balance, and we have an Office of Diversity and Inclusion, an Office of Tax Abatement Compliance. We have a Jersey City Employment and Training Program. All of these resources that should be used to be able to ensure that these jobs are filled and that we put the pressure on Amazon, as well as our law department to make sure that we provide the legal pressure as well. So I would urge again the administration to do that, and happy to help if any of those offices need help with outreach. Happy to work with them as well as any of the members of the council to provide outreach and helping to get those jobs. I would also suggest this, because I think we have the CARES Act money coming on down there, that appropriating some of that to provide job outreach and so forth would be a good use of those funds as well. That being said, on this particular ordinance, I'm going to say that echo Councilman Solomon's remarks on that, that we should take a hard line. And that's what I'd say is if we really want to rankle the developers' feathers around this stuff, perhaps next time they build an illegal penthouse on their property, we should convert it into affordable housing. I'm sure they'd love that. I vote aye. I vote no, rather.
Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
With this ordinance here, I was on the planning board when this came about, and the situation where he built that penthouse, went outside the scope of the plan. But part of our problem is, as departments, we have to learn how to stick together, and what the law is, that's what the law is. And one department gave them the right to do it and another department didn't. And so the department that gave them the right to do it supersede the other department, which to me, it just made us not look great as a city, And so I understand what Solomon and Rolando point is. And so with that, to be perfectly honest, because I was on the planning when this took place, I'm going to vote no, because we should have just stuck with it, but we didn't have no authority to do it. It was crazy. You should have seen it.
Okay. City Ordinance 20-084 is adopted 6-3 with council members Solomon, Lavaro, and Council President voting no.
It's crazy.
Okay. Item 4.5, City Ordinance 20-085, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, Section 332-9, Stop Intersections of the Jersey City Code, designating Franklin Street and Hancock Avenue, Franklin Street and Sherman Avenue as all-way stop control. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the system. Okay, this is the last call for the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-085. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the system.
Motion to close public,
Okay, no one has contacted me through the live event Q&A. I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-085 by Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-085, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
this was sorely needed, and I'm thankful that this is being implemented. And with that, I say aye.
We're just closing the public hearing first.
Oh, sorry. Whoops. Yes. Aye.
Okay. Okay. Councilperson Robinson.
I agree the public hearing needed to close. I vote aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
To close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-085 is approved 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-085, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-085 is approved unanimously 9-0. On to item 4.6, City Ordinance 20-086, an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City adopting amendments to the Canal Crossing Redevelopment Plan. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please contact me through the live event Q&A by providing me with your name and telephone number, and we will patch you through the meeting. And we need to have this information before I do the last call. And council members, while we're waiting, just so you're aware, there is like a 20 to 30-second delay. That's why I kind of pause and wait to see if anybody is going to contact us. And if you don't mind, I will ask for the motion to make it easier on both you and I. Okay, I see we have a request from a member of the public wishing to speak. We will get them on the line. Just bear with us a sec. Just bear with us, council members.
Are they there?
We're trying to get the person on through the system. Bear with me 1 second.
Hello.
We do have our speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, this is June Jones speaking.
Hi, June Jones. Okay, June, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Very quickly, I'm in favor of the actual ordinance, the canal crossing. The canal crossing ordinance, as you probably know, originated from the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. And so a lot of the language that's in there mimics the redevelopment plan. And I want to bring your attention specifically to the section that talks about community empowerment. And the reason why I wanted to speak on this issue is because we utilize that and we rely on that to get information from developers in the community who are looking to build in the community. Yet, there has been some violations of it. And on March 11th, it was challenged by corporate counsel, who said that notification of these developments is not enforceable. So we haven't received any supporting documentation from corporate counsel or our Councilman Robinson, who actually brought that to our attention, and Matt Ward and the planning department. So I'd like to get supporting documentation of that. And if in fact that is a fact, why are we putting it in the ordinance over and over and over again? I don't expect an answer tonight unless you want to give one, but I do expect a follow-up answer and supporting documentation to my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 20-086. Any other member of the public wishing to be heard, please contact me through the live event Q&A and provide me with your name and telephone number, and we will patch you through the system. Okay. This is the last call for the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-086. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the system. Okay, no one else has contacted us through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-086?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Prinzary. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-086, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-086 is approved 9-0. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-086, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro. You're muted, sir.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-086 is approved unanimously, 9-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.7, City Ordinance 20-087, an ordinance providing a technical amendment to Ordinance 19-150 adopted on November 14th, 2019 to include amendatory language omitted when the original draft was uploaded onto iCompass. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the meeting. Okay, this is the last call for the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-087. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the system. Okay, no one has contacted us through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-087?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Prinzary. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Ridley. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-087, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-087. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-087, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye. Sorry.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Yeah, just very quickly, I meant to speak on the last one, previous ordinance to the law department. The request from Ms. June Jones to get information or clarification about the idea that that she raised there with regard to the community input requirement being not enforceable or under the law and so forth. I'm going to ask you to provide some legal support for that. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera
Aye.
and Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-087 is approved, is adopted unanimously 9-0. On to our last second reading ordinance, item 4.8, City Ordinance 20-088, an ordinance amending Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 3, Enforcement Penalties to delegate additional enforcement powers to the municipal prosecutor and amending Chapter 3, Administration of Government, Article 14, Department of Law, Chapter 148, Discrimination, Section 148-6, Complaints, Investigations, Hearings, Chapter 245, Peddling, Soliciting, and Canvassing, Article 3, Canvassers and Solicitors, to eliminate inconsistencies in the code of relating to the municipal prosecutor. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please contact me through the live event Q&A and provide me with your name and telephone number, and we will patch you through the system. Okay, this is the last call for the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-088. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please provide me with your name and telephone number through the live event Q&A, and we will patch you through the system. Okay, no one has contacted us through the live event Q&A. May I have a motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-088?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson
Second.
Prinzary, seconded by Councilperson Baggiano.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-088, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro. You're muted, sir.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 20-088. Council members, I believe during the caucus, there was discussion about possibly amending this ordinance. And the amendment, which Nick can correct me if I'm wrong, in Section A of Ordinance 20-088, changes to 3-119.1 should be removed completely as an amendment before, should be removed completely. I need a motion to amend City Ordinance 20-088 to remove Section 3-119.1. Nick, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Clerk, that is correct. If in the event you pass this ordinance with that provision still in it, it would be inconsistent with the restructuring ordinance you passed last time, taking the municipal prosecutor's office from the law department and putting it under public safety. So it'd make those ordinances inconsistent. So by removing this provision, it will make this ordinance not inconsistent with what you did 2 weeks ago.
And is it a substantial change, Nick?
It is not a substantial change. The purpose of this ordinance is to clarify the different positions, just changing municipal prosecutor from city prosecutor to municipal prosecutor, and to clarify prosecutor to municipal prosecutor. It is strictly clarification. So removing that section would not constitute a substantial change.
Thank you. May I have a
Motion to
motion?
remove that section.
You made the motion, Councilperson Saleh?
Yes.
Okay, may I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Baggiano. On a motion to amend City Ordinance 20-088 to remove Section 3-119.1 completely, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 9-0 to amend City Ordinance 20-088 for final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 20-088 as amended. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 20-088 as amended is unanimously 9-0. Okay, before we move on to our public request for a hearing, the public speaking portion of the meeting, I just wanted to let you know that before we started the meeting, right before we started the meeting, I did get an email from Adam Cohen, and he was added to the last speaker, so we have 42 speakers. I just wanted to put that on the record. He did submit it before we started the meeting, so he was added. With that being said, we are going to get our first speaker on the line, 5.1. And just give me 1 minute and we'll patch the person through the meeting. We'll have them identify themselves for the record, and we'll start the timer. And just members of the public, just so you are aware, we will be calling you in the order that we received your request to speak. So please be by your phone, cell phone, or have your cell phone on you. Because once we call you, if you do not answer, it goes right to voicemail. We're going to move on to the next person, and we will not be making any return phone calls. So with that being said, we are trying to get our first speaker on the line. Just bear with us. Okay, I believe the first speaker has declined to speak. So I think we're moving on to the next speaker.
Hello. Hello.
Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sam Pessin.
Okay, Sam. Okay, you have, I'm sorry, you're going to be speaking on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
I thank the 8 council members who listened to the decades of overwhelming opposition to Liberty Park privatization and who voted for the resolution
in the summer in support of the Liberty State Park Protection Act. The current coalition to pass the Liberty Park Protection Act so far is 91 local, regional, and statewide groups. I want to bring to the council's attention that the executive director of the billionaire Paul Fireman's phony front group, Arnold Stovell, admitted in a Jersey Journal September 25 story, after unethically denying it all summer, that indeed Mr. Stovell's group was funded by Paul Fireman. His admission means that everything which Mr. Stovell's group has written or stated was done on behalf of Fireman's only goal of privatizing and destroying the park's Caven Point natural area for golf holes for multimillionaires. It means that Mr. Stovell is a paid puppet of the public be damned billionaire. So all of Stovell's press releases, his articles in Paul Fireman's propaganda newspaper, the Urban Times News, and everything that Stovell has told reporters has been as a misinformation mouthpiece for Fireman, and most likely written by Fireman's lobbyist or public relations firm. To quote a song title, "The devil's been busy this summer regarding Fireman's greedy plan to privatize Caven Point's natural area, which is a sanctuary for birds and environmental education resource for urban students and for other nature explorers." Paul Fireman's un-American and cynical campaign to again stop the Protection Act after 44 years of opposition by tens of thousands of park supporters against privatization plans, no matter what revenue is promised, show the depths to which this 1%er will sink. As park advocate Dow David Williams stated at the recent park rally, all roads lead to Fireman. Fireman's lobbyist, lawyer, phony front group, and opportunistic surrogates in arrogantly casting aside the decades of the broad public consensus for a free park have engaged in a malicious and vicious campaign of falsehoods for Fireman. The Jersey Journal stories on August 24th did a tremendous public service in their well-researched stories, Whose Park Is It Anyway? And Margaret Schmidt, the reporter, said she wrote 53 years after the last train left the railroad terminal, another developer is reprising that old song, this time pushing an ugly, misleading narrative that would turn the heroes of the park into villains and co-opt and exploit the momentum of the Black Lives Matter movement. Several local people, some of whom have acknowledged receiving large contributions from firemen for their community organizations, have signed on the narrative in part and in full. And then the reporter says, yet those charges don't stand up to news clippings and documents held in a library that clearly show the engagement through the years of individuals and organizations in Wards A and F. So I know my time's almost done. I urge you all to register for the DEP's October 20th Interior Design Presentation Meeting. The deadline to register is October 16th. The interior plan will be a world-class plan with trails, varied habitats, and Olivia Glenn, the Deputy Commissioner of the DEP for Environmental Justice and Equity, supports the plan. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, this is Jason Hollyberg of Jersey City.
Okay, Jason, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, this is Jason Hollyberg of Jersey City. I'm glad to be able to speak to the council and to my fellow Jersey City residents tonight. As we go forward into a new year and a new election, may you choose your candidate well. The Democratic Party and Democratic Party are opposites, but they're equal because they give us nothing when we ask them to do something for us. They are our servants. They think they are our overlords. They are not. They are here to protect and serve and listen to us and do our will, not to be individuals going against the will of the people. They are elected to serve us. Do they do a good job? Do we receive 100% in our tax dollars? No, folks, we do not. We're lucky if we get 20% of our dollars for our services. And that's for the local municipalities, the county and state, and including the United States federal government. The challenge here is to take your voice and do better what we have. Always be better. Be a service to your community. Are you doing more or doing less? We need to be responsible for our actions. but are our politicians responsible for their actions? Not necessarily true. They serve themselves while we serve them. It should be the other way around. In 1871, the United States Congress made D.C. an institution that was to serve the central bank. And we, other people talking on this line. And as a result, we have been made wards of the state, not by our doing, but by the great Republican Ulysses Grant's administration. And we are turning around, and everything's being done back with Donald Trump. As much as people may think he's a moron or maybe an ass, he's really keeping us distracted. He's done a lot of good for this country. You just got to see the news that's not being reported. We have been fixated on good versus evil, the right versus wrong. The real problem here, folks, is what is evil and what is good. What was once good is now evil. What is evil is now good. We have to make sure that we are serving our Lord God in every aspect, whether you be Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist. We're always serving our gods and working together. The cream of the crop of the people who listen, understand, and out there. Everyone here who is serving their Lord is an emissary for their particular sect. It is very important that you apply yourself. Time's up. Hello?
Yeah. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. God bless you.
Okay. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. But before we get to that, I just wanted to clarify for the record, 5.1, declined to speak. 5.4 also declined to speak. So we're on 5.5. And I believe we have our speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Gary Spingarn.
Okay, Gary, your time is going to start on my countdown. We're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Usually I come here to discuss the bloated JCPD budget and argue to redirect funds to programs that actually address crime, but that won't be the focus today. Also, I think there will be plenty of comments on the Bostwick Ave decision handed down by the DA today. I'd like to discuss an issue closer to home. I live in Gulls Cove, and the staff recently staged a walkout in solidarity with Union 32BJ. This pushed me to start asking questions. I started engaging the staff, and I found out some unfortunate facts. The same company that committed the reprehensible business practices at the Beacon, Planned Companies, also contracts to work here. Planned Companies also staff several other communities in Jersey City. I assume you know this. I think much of the council has gotten involved. I know James Solomon is already engaged. When it comes to Planned Companies versus in-house hires, wages differ by at least $6 an hour. Notably, Planned pays porters a meager $12 an hour. There's a wide gap in PTO and also much weaker benefits, namely health insurance. I know this by my own boots on the ground investigation. I think a big reason why this issue persists is because residents simply don't know what's going on under their noses. I had to pester my own HOA to get information, and even now I think I'm getting a little stonewalled here. I could argue the morality of this situation, but I think that's going to activate political biases, so I'll get into something more concrete. The instability and the conflict that stems directly from the actions of Planned Companies presents risks to public health and security. Staff in these communities, their number one priority right now is COVID protocol, containment, and sanitation. What kind of effect do you think these walkouts have? Even when there isn't a walkout, what about afflicted employees? The front desks are the first layer, commonly tasked with logging all people who come in and out, big for security and bigger for contact tracing. How effective is someone working double shifts? It's not their fault, it's biology. How effective is someone who's brand new? Turnover brings in people more frequently, presenting risks and increased contact, and learning curves and sanitizing. These are just harsh realities. In closing, I ask the council to reinforce efforts to hold Planned Companies accountable, engage the communities that use Planned Companies contracts. I'd be glad to discuss an information campaign. I'm willing to take my own free time to tackle this issue. I'll be launching one in my own community for sure. Planned Companies, this entity is immoral. They have a net negative on our communities, and beyond a reasonable doubt, they're bringing risks to our health and security. I don't like to see fellow residents in this city be oppressed by a company that needs to be held accountable. I very much look forward to working with the council on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker, 5.6, on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, this is Katya Ullman.
Okay, Katya, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, City Council. I just want to chime in to say that the version of the zoning ordinance being put in front of the council today is embarrassing. I was really disappointed to see that the amendments failed. I think they were good. I don't understand why they were grouped there. I think they should have been grouped separately, since council members mentioned supporting some of them and not others. And it seems like that would have been a more effective way to amend the proposal today instead of waiting 2 weeks. Wasn't really convinced by council's excuses about the waiver provision. I think there could be a very small, limited waiver, but right now it just seems like it's going to be used as an excuse to give developers a pass, which is something that I think all activists are really worried about. The payment in lieu provision of this bill is also very disappointing. We need affordable housing to be built. We can't let them bribe the city out of building affordable housing. It's also unclear to me who keeps track of whether tenants meet the definition of low and moderate income. I know Hoboken had a problem with this where it was their police chief or some government official got himself into affordable housing, and I'm worried that something will happen like that in Jersey City. The community benefits program is disappointing as well. It's kind of the smoke and mirrors kind of thing, which the city council does a lot. It's sort of something that seems progressive, but when you look at it more, you realize it won't actually mean much. In this case, it's because without a dedicated funding stream, and since the city council seems really set on not raising taxes on people who could afford higher taxes, these schools, these rec centers, if they do get built, they won't be funded. No more money will go into them. So they won't actually be useful. And I really think police stations should be removed as a community benefit. They're not a community benefit. We shouldn't be spending more money on the police, and we shouldn't have developers spend money on the police either. And the most disappointing clause is the one that reads, City Council may permit a reduction in the number of affordable units if such a reduction will result in affordable units that, without such a reduction, would not otherwise be constructed. This clause, in addition to being very confusing, is really just shows that this law is pretty much a joke. It basically just lets developers pretend that they can't build any more affordable housing. So it just seems like a license for you to let developers do whatever they want. And my time is running out, so I just want to say that I was really disappointed about the news about the Hudson County prosecutor declining to press charges against anyone involved in Bostwick Avenue incident. This is a clear example why we need a strong civilian complaint review board. So I hope you will pass a strong version and not water that down too, like you've done with this inclusionary zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have our next speaker, 5.7, on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Valerie.
Okay, Valerie, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
If you walked a mile in my shoes, would you be screaming, defund the police, or would you see the bigger picture that all parts of Jersey City are not the same? We in Ward F would like peace, quiet, and serenity, but unfortunately, that is not our reality. We struggle daily through drug dealing, disorderly groups, and a multitude of other issues. Defunding the police at this time would only compound those problems. Before we can defund the police, we need equality citywide. I must say that I do stand with my brothers and sisters in the fight for equality, for Black and brown people to have the same rights as others. I will also stand with my child and all the other children in my neighborhood as they continue the fight just to enjoy their childhood. There are consistently incidences that have made it difficult for us to feel safe. I have always been a perpetual spectator, but not anymore. I am fighting for my rights as a law-abiding citizen as well as a taxpayer of this city. I can no longer just sit back and continue to watch as this disorder grows. As a city, we must be proactive in crime prevention in Ward F, as well as in other parts of the city that may need it. Our quality of life must be equal to that of other parts of the city. We deserve that, to say the least. What I do appreciate is that there is dialogue actually happening between my neighborhood and the police department. Captain Sullivan, Lieutenant Dalton, Sergeant Asmey. From the South, they've kept the lines of communication open, and they're actually really listening to us for the first time. Again, I am against defunding the police at this time. Maybe we can revisit it at a later date. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold, 5.8. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, Sean. Elena Thompson.
Hi, Elena. Your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council members and fellow residents of Jersey City. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for listening. Again, my name is Elena Thompson. I'm a member of Solidarity Jersey City and a Ward E resident. I'm speaking tonight to call out the proposed inclusionary zoning ordinance for what it is, a giveaway to developers and a sellout of the people. From the ridiculously long list of buyout options, to the fact that affordable units would only need to be available for 30 years, to the fact that the council can reduce or get rid of the affordability requirement altogether, this is an IZO that would do almost nothing to protect or increase affordable housing in Jersey City. So I want to be clear from the beginning. By moving here 5.5 years ago from Newark, I have personally contributed to Jersey City's affordable housing problem. I moved here to be with my partner who already lived here. I moved here to be closer to New York City and Liberty State Park. I moved here to become a part of this vibrant and diverse community that I have come to know and love. But at the same time as I made my home here, I've seen so many others get pushed out. The first apartment we rented was in a 4-story walk-up that got sold. We had to move, but so did the couple downstairs who had lived in their apartment for 30 years. And now it's our next door neighbor. He's been a staple of this block for over 20 years. He knows literally everyone who passes by. He asks about how people's children are now that they're grown and independent, how someone's new job is going, predictions about a favorite team, how they'll do this season. And now his walk-up was sold. He's being forced out, and he's priced out of the entire neighborhood. He's called home for a generation. A devastating loss, not just for him, but for the whole neighborhood. What are you going to do about this? As Matthew Desmond writes in Evicted, quote, exploitation within the housing market relies on government support. It is the government that legitimates and defends landlords' right to charge as much as they want and that subsidizes the construction of high-end apartments, bidding up rents, and leaving the poor with even fewer options. So tonight I'm asking you to do something. Reject the sellout IZO proposed today. Pass an IZO that actually guarantees and increases Jersey City's affordable housing supply. No buyouts allowed. No only 30-year affordability requirement. No city council bypass option. As Desmond found, quote, the underlying source of America's eviction epidemic is the rapidly shrinking supply of affordable housing. You have the power to actually do something about that. Use it. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold, 5.9. If you can please identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Jenna Barkis-Lichtenstein. I live in Ward E.
Okay, Jenna, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Like many of the speakers who've already spoken tonight, I applaud the city's desire to create inclusionary and affordable housing. I also want to point to the very reasons cited on the first page of the proposed ordinance. 40% of Jersey City households are cost burdened, and housing costs are increasing rapidly, leading to extensive displacement. Until 2 years ago, I had never paid less than 30% of my gross income in rent, which means that well over half of my take-home pay went to rent. And I'm one of the lucky ones. We desperately need inclusionary zoning. But as written, this ordinance will not create affordable housing. Councilmember Lovarro has walked the council through a series of amendments that will close a number of loopholes, and Councilmember Solomon has noted that there is ample time to get it right between now and January 1st. I want to support what both of them have said. This current ordinance simply provides too much discretion to too many people. As Councilmember Solomon said earlier, affordable housing is always the community benefit that gets dropped, and the council needs to tie its own hands moving forward. First of all, the council does not need a blanket waiver. The council needs a waiver that can handle a limited number of specific situations, as Councilmember Lovarro acknowledged earlier. Second, there are simply too many ways that developers can weasel their way out of providing affordable housing. Let me take them one by one. Off-site housing does not solve the problem. Developers will have no incentive to maintain this housing to the same standard as their other market rate properties. Bluntly, we all know that separate but equal is a legal fiction. Payments do not solve the problem. Community benefits do not solve the problem either. I wholeheartedly support the compromise proposed by Council Members Lovarro and Solomon. After all, we badly need public schools and recreational facilities. But police in particular are used to displace longtime residents in the face of gentrification, and allowing developers to build police stations instead of affordable housing is a slap in the face. More generally, allowing developers to pay for infrastructure like water and roads in lieu of housing creates an unnecessary trade-off between affordable housing and other badly needed city maintenance. And finally, anything is better than nothing does not solve the problem. I want to call everyone's attention to 187-3 item G, which Katya Oldman just read to us. This clause allows the developers to offer us crumbs. It allows them to throw a temper tantrum and say, I don't want to. And for the council to say, okay, build one affordable unit because one is more than none. One is more than what would have been built otherwise. It allows the developers to do whatever they want. The people of Jersey City deserve a meaningful commitment to affordable housing, and this is not it. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold, 5.10. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Carolyn Jenkins.
Okay, Carolyn, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carolyn Jenkins, and I live in Ward F. My concern at the moment is the possibility of defunding the police department. I cannot express enough the negative effect that it could have, not only in Ward F, but in other wards. I will hold that, actually, because one area might feel as though it's okay to defund the police department, doesn't mean that at some point they will wish they hadn't. Let us all be safe and not sorry. I would hope that you as members of the council could find a better solution than to cut the policing that is so needed throughout Jersey City. There's so much that's really going on right now that could be addressed, that could not be addressed. I would just hope that with clear mind that the members of the council would be aware of the fact that in all areas of Jersey City, there's something that's needed, and the support that we attempt as homeowners, renters, and basically support our council person for the ward, and Jermaine Robinson is the council person for Ward F, whereas right now I am supporting him because of what is needed in Ward F. And I'm not just forgetting about the other areas, even though they may not have problems, doesn't mean that they won't have problems somewhere later down the line. So defunding the police department, if that is actually what's going to happen, I think y'all really do need to give it a second thought and come up with a better solution. So with that, I say good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe our next speaker is on the line. Once we're done speaking, we appreciate you hanging up the phone so we can move on to the next speaker. 5.11, I believe you're on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Jean Daly.
Hey, Jean, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you so much, Sean. Good evening, council members. There's just so much that went on this evening. I don't even know where to begin. But fortunately, other people have discussed some things, and they're far more eloquent than I, particularly the inclusionary housing. That thing is a piece of Swiss cheese. I mean, there are holes that you can drive a truck through, and it's an embarrassment. And sure, it may be something, but it should never even have gotten to this first reading without having to put some more restrictions upon it. I believe wholeheartedly in Councilman Lavaro's amendments. They must be there. And please remember that our Jersey City Corporation Council is looking out for and including these waivers specifically for these corporations. We know whom these people are wedded to, and we know who chooses them. And we should think twice about listening to what our corporation council tells us. And that's going to lead me to Miss June Jones, who's a brilliant, sophisticated woman. And I'm going to speak to the corporation council. Yes, these things are enforceable. Meetings and notifications are enforceable. However, you demand that we have to go to court to enforce it, which will also lead me back to this letter that I submitted to all the council members today. You should have received it earlier. I also asked Mr. Sean Gallagher to put it into the record about how ordinances, resolutions, or anything has to be presented by city council members. By refusing to do so, everyone hides behind responsibility. We don't know who is the contact person for each ordinance or resolution. We don't know whom to ask or to have them verify the information that they are presenting. And it's simply a smokescreen to avoid responsibility, and it keeps us in the dark. By mandate, you have to require this information. It's required that you provide this information. And I'm insisting and I'm demanding change. I've asked a million times about this, but I finally got it in letter form, and I expect some type of answer and some type of resolution. Now, what other things I'm going to speak to? I really can't think of much yet, but I'm just saying this is very, very important. And I demand that you do something about this. And again, thank you for your time. Have a good evening. Goodbye.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold, 5.12. You can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, this is Colin DeVries.
Okay, Colin, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you all so much for your time tonight and your service to the people of this city. It's encouraging to see on the table a real solution to address the housing affordability crisis we have in Jersey City. We have the opportunity and political will right now to help address the problem for this generation and the next. The proposed ordinance, however, has a number of loopholes, some people have mentioned already, that do not bring us far enough from the status quo. The council waiver invites corruption, graft, and division among future councils. The buyout and off-site provisions are not strong enough to prevent the same problems we've had with tax abatements, which have resulted in widespread displacement and fewer resources for government functions like education. I learned recently that some 12,000 eviction notices for non-payment of rent have been filed in Hudson County Court so far this year. Though they can't be acted on, it's still causing a lot of problems for residents right now. The filing alone triggers a notification to credit bureaus and background check agencies. And those tenants get calls and are confused to find housing court notices for conferences with their landlords to discuss this non-payment of rent. That's happening now, even though the moratorium on evictions is in place. This situation is alarming and will grow much worse. So even before COVID, housing distress has been a real problem in Jersey City and Hudson County. Over 39,000 renters in Hudson County pay more than half of their income, half or more of their income into housing costs. And unemployment has jumped from 3% in July 2019 to 16% now as of this summer. This is massive economic fallout on the way for us. And Black and Latino communities have also been disproportionately affected by the COVID crisis. And they also make up the majority of renters across the state. 66% of households in Hudson County are rented. I encourage you and your colleagues on the City Council to, 1, remove the ability for the council to waive the ordinance, sections 1873G and 1878, require a higher mandatory minimum of affordability beyond the proposed 5%. Let's work toward at least 10% mandatory minimum. And 3, either do away with the buyout or off-site provisions entirely, or make them so costly and burdensome for developers that they will more than likely go with a 20% affordability, or provide enough funds for the city to house new projects that are affordable without impacting taxes.
Thank you.
That's all I have. So thank you all so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, we have our next speaker on hold, 5.13. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, it's Jeanette Wiggin.
Okay, Jeanette, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, I'm Jeanette Wiggins here from United Wegman Block Association here on the south side of the city, Ward S in particular. We're parts unknown to many that have yet to discover it. And parts start very valuable to the visionaries that have the ability to see beyond what they see. This is fertile ground, very viable ground here. We have a state university, we have beautiful Liberty State Park, and we have the New Jersey Turnpike at our access. If we clean it up, we can build it up and use it for good, adding further value to the city. Of course, we can't put new wine in old wineskin. And these are also parts forgotten about by those that desired and managed to escape it, if you will. And these are parts ignored by many that should have and could have made a difference. So here we are. The residents of Wegman Parkway have stood silent for far too long. We have watched many generations of families, friends, and neighbors quietly suffer in the most impoverished, but ironically one of the most coveted areas of the city. It is no secret that we are plagued by foreclosures, crimes, gangs, guns, murders, prevalent drug and alcohol abuse, which spills over into academic challenges with our youth, behavior and mental health challenges as well. We have had enough. We, the residents, are sick and tired of being sick and tired, frustrated and angry about the number of young people that have been shot and killed and slaughtered on our streets. The many families, the many drug-addicted families that make up broken or dysfunctional family structures in desperate need of social services that will accommodate their particular needs. The homelessness crisis happening along Martin Luther King Drive at the cross streets of Stegman Street, Wegman Parkway, and Bidwell Avenue, and the number of liquor stores that audaciously prefer the lucrative business opportunity that our vulnerable community tends to offer. We've made it our business to make a difference through prayer, faith, and the practical work needed to change the mindset, sense of defeat, and hopelessness of the many marginalized voices in our community. We can and we will change this narrative. We can and we will clean up our streets. We can and we will remain in our homes and protect the generational wealth and opportunities set up for our children. You, our elected officials and community leaders, are needed to make it happen. You know what we want. You know what we need. Our letter to you, the petitions that you have before you serve as our confirmation, our determination that these issues can no longer be tolerated. We will no longer accept this long-standing plight and horrible state of affairs of our people in our community. You know that we need your help to make positive change. Hence, our notice and call for action. Again, you have our petitions there before you. We ask that we be kept in the know of any progress or further action needed on our end. We don't expect to have to move forward with anything from here, but we do expect that you'll do the right thing. And finally, we want to say thank you to those of you that have interrupted your regular scheduled program to come out and see us and hear us. We thank you. We want to thank you, Jermaine Robinson, for always being there for us and lending us your ear. We know who you are, and so do you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe we have our next speaker, 5.14, on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Yi Wu.
Okay, Yi, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council and my fellow residents of Jersey City. My name is Yi Wu, and I live in Jersey City Heights, Ward D. I'm also with North Jersey DSA. So what I want to talk about is Ordinance 20089, the inclusionary zoning law. So bill, excuse me. And I would like to say that I definitely broadly agree with the goal of inclusionary zoning in Jersey City. That definitely needs a lot more affordable housing when it's being gentrified very rapidly and housing getting very expensive. Especially, I feel that in Ward D, in Heights. But at the same time, I'm extremely disappointed by just how many loopholes there are in this bill, and there are so many ways for developers to just do business as usual, and they can jacking up housing costs in our city, and landlord can still exploit residents even during this pandemic and beyond. So it's not going to do a lot, unfortunately, for affordable housing. And for these reasons that the previous speakers already mentioned, one huge example is that the 5% versus 20%, 15% of that is off-site, means they're segregated, and segregation between affordable housing and the rest of so-called rest of housing, segregation between have and have-nots, not really equality, is not affordable. And as a previous speaker said, there is no incentive for developers to maintain those properties. And also there's a buyout, which developers can pay the city to get away with the requirement rather than having the units. And third is the community benefit provision. As Katya have mentioned, the police station is not a public benefit, first of all, and second of all, just because they build a school or something, build a building that's for public benefit doesn't mean they'll be maintained by appropriate budget, or that it will lead to more affordable housing. Some of them, like for example, police station would not lead to more affordable housing. Actually, the contrary, because police is engaged in gentrification and driving people out. And finally, there is the waiver by City Council, which encourages corruption by future City Council. So I would like to call on the City Council to pass real, actual measures on affordable housing to make Jersey City a possible place to live for a lot of people. And right now, it's not. Right now, the situation is not good, especially during this pandemic, when a lot of residents are being evicted. So yeah, I definitely again, this ordinance is far from enough. It actually it might not do anything at all. So again, I call on the City Council to pass much stronger measures on affordable housing and have drastically change this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. The next speaker, 5.15, went right to voicemail, so we're moving on to the next speaker, 5.16. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Arden Donnelly.
Hey, Arden, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Ward C and a member of Solidarity Jersey City, and I'm calling in tonight to voice my opposition to the inclusionary zoning ordinance as it's written, and support for Councilmember Lavaro and Solomon's attempts to make it stronger.
This ordinance, as it is, gives developers far too much free rein and makes affordable housing optional at a time when we need it to be mandatory. By making low-income housing optional and allowing offsite units that are so-called separate but equal, this ordinance can add to creating two cities, one for the wealthy and one for the working class. An IZO that allows buyouts will keep the city only accessible to the wealthy. The increase in households making 120% or more and 40% or less of the median income between 2010 and 2016, and nothing but declines in between, speaks to the inequalities that exist here. They're only getting worse due to COVID-19, and our experience with this pandemic should remind us how many people fall through the cracks when rents keep rising. If they're barely getting by, they're stuck a missed paycheck or personal emergency away from devastation. Personally, I work in theater, and since COVID shut down my industry, I have watched my colleagues forced to leave the area due to high rents, often giving up opportunities to rebuild their careers. This is also to say nothing of the number of people facing eviction or displacement who are running out of options. Right now, when these circumstances have stress tested every level of government and society, we can't pretend we don't know the consequences, and not acting on them is negligent, almost, I would say, criminally so. Separating out offsite units may sound good on paper, but it can also add to stigma around affordable housing and enable the not in my backyard contingent, who tend to use it as a racial dog whistle and turn this resistance toward affordable housing as a whole, especially if developers don't have the incentive to maintain those units the same as their market rate properties. We should also know by now that separate but equal does not translate to reality, especially due to the history of de facto segregation in housing. We also should not have to choose between affordable housing and community benefits or infrastructure, and we should ask the hard questions about who those investments are really benefiting. Are they providing for people who live here or making the area look better to yet another round of developers who also then won't do their share? Are they creating an illusion of public safety by increasing police presence while also increasing opportunities for police violence? Are they providing for the population as it is, or are they aiming to bring in a new one? I think we need to answer all these questions. The buyouts, exemptions, and other loopholes in this ordinance need to be closed. Putting them at the City Council's discretion, whether now or in the future, does not inspire confidence. You're essentially setting up future members of the council to have an even harder time saying no, and more incentive to let developers do what they want. So this IZO, as written, favors developer influence over constituents, allows too many opportunities for corruption, and at the expense of affordable, equitable housing. Take it back to the table and provide the change we need. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have our next speaker, 5.17 on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Dana Patton. I'm a Ward F resident.
Okay, Dana, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about the inclusionary zoning ordinance. I want to say, first of all, that there was a lot of hard work done, which I really appreciated. There were meetings held, they listened to the community, they listened to affordable housing advocates, but then legislation was rushed, as some of the members noted, and some key elements are missing. And I don't really understand why it's suddenly an emergency when it won't go into an effect until January. It's our job as the public to say when the compromises are too much, and that's what we're saying, as you've heard the previous caller and many previous callers say. There's too much wiggle room here for developers and the council to give up on the affordable requirements. There's not enough to protect the most vulnerable in our community, very low income, and there's not enough to ensure that despite the politics now and in the future, affordability measures will be protected. I live in Ward F, and I've walked all over Ward F this summer at cleanups and protests, and there's many buildings that are going up. And I don't believe that we need to give up on affordability or on taxes to get development here. That argument stinks of the arguments made against the millionaire's tax that has finally passed in New Jersey, and I feel it's very disingenuous. You have a chance here to create a more equitable city for generations to come, and I'm begging you to please take that opportunity to do so and go back to the table and close some of these loopholes that we're seeing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to get our next speaker on the line. Just bear with us. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. You can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hello. Yes. I'm Chris Gadsden.
Okay, Chris, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
I just want to say good evening, everyone. I want to thank Council President for withdrawing the prisoner reentry resolution from the agenda. I noticed around the community, around Crescent Avenue, looking forward to meeting with Councilman Robertson pretty soon. We're also looking forward to seeing the revised resolution. And so thank you again. Also, I just want to say good job to Council at large, Lavaro, and Council President Waterman for bringing the inclusionary zoning ordinance to this point. And I remember just last year, May 2019, when we first got the first draft and initial press statement, we were pretty much excited because this was really like one of the first times and that we can really fight for, you know, affordable housing. But we have to ensure that affordable housing in the future is going to take place. And the community give back allows developers off the hook to building that affordable housing. This ordinance is a little late, but it's here. And I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't stick with the original on-site commitments in the first draft of the Council President Waterman and Lavaro's ordinance. Building is already happening on the south side of the city, and I hope that from now on until the end of the year that a multitude of projects are not rushed through the planning stage before this ordinance take effect, and maybe we can hold off on large-scale projects. I'm asking for variances and changes in the inclusionary zone until the ordinance takes effect in January. Buyouts do not create affordable housing for the 40% who are cost burdened and who are still in need for housing. Buyouts allow developers to build amenities around their projects. So I really wish that over the next 2 weeks that we take a hard look at ensuring that people actually are going to build affordable housing, because the buyouts, you know, even though some may be necessary, but it don't do enough to address housing. And another question I have is that who's going to monitor compliance? Who's going to monitor compliance? And because I know when we talk about abatements and everything else, who's going to ensure that the most needy actually get into the affordable housing? I also like to comment on, I guess over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be talking about the CCRB. Very appreciative of all the hard work, Councilman Solomon, and also the work that really has brought into the conversation. But we really need to fight for a strong CCRB. And that's really important, especially after in light of what's brought down today. We really got to fight hard. We need community input. And so please, 3 minutes is never long enough time, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold, 5.19. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
My name's Adrian Gainda. I'm a resident of Ward B.
Okay, Adrian, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council people. I'm calling on behalf of the inclusionary zoning ordinance that is being addressed this evening. In previous meetings, we have called upon our council people to do us justice and support legislation that represents the need of the city. In the ordinance he was working with Council President Waterman, Councilman Lavaro proposed that developers be mandated that 20% of the units in their new buildings be designated for affordable housing. When discussions were had during previous IZO meetings, Councilman Lavaro, amongst other council people, were flexible with 65 years of affordability, yet the ordinance being spoken about tonight only offers 30 years of affordability. Instead, the ordinance being discussed tonight serves nothing but the developers that are building multi-million-dollar complexes. On top of the monetary benefits, some developers can get a loophole out of it if they offer to develop community benefits that include but are not limited to government offices, fire stations, and police stations, instead of affordable housing. We called for the allocation of funding to divert from anything related to public safety, yet the administration is hell-bent on mitigating the voices that oppose them. The average Jersey City resident has to pay 30% of their monthly income towards their rent. Does that not display the need for affordable housing, or is this not the Jersey City Mayor Philip represents? What this does is ostracize the residents of Bergen Lafayette, who make an average of $38,000 a year, in contrast to their Newport counterparts who make well over $183,000 per year, and price them out of their neighborhoods once these developers begin to expand from downtown. As Jersey City residents, we are demanding that the council yield their decision to move forward with the discussion of affordable housing without considering the burdens to the residents. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you very much. If we can, we're going to get our next speaker on the line. And if any speaker has finished speaking, if we can hang up the phone so we can move on to the next speaker, I greatly appreciate it. I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Alvin Gainda from Ward B.
Okay, Alvin, your time is going to start on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council people. I'm calling on behalf of the inclusionary zoning ordinance that is being addressed this evening. In previous meetings, we have called upon our council people to do us justice and support legislation that represents the needs of the city. In the ordinance, he was working with Councilman President Waterman, Councilman Lavaro proposed that developers be mandated that 20% of the units in their new buildings be designated for affordable housing. When discussions were had during previous IZO meetings, Councilman Lavaro, amongst other council people, were flexible with 65 years of affordability, yet the ordinance being spoken about today only offers 30 years of affordability. Instead, the ordinance being discussed tonight serves nothing but the developers that are building multi-million-dollar complexes. On top of the monetary benefits, some developers can get a loophole out of it if they offer to develop community benefits that include are not limited to government offices, fire stations, and police stations instead of affordable housing. We called for the allocation of funding to divert from anything related to public safety, yet the administration is hell-bent on mitigating the voices that oppose them. The average Jersey City resident has to pay 30% of their monthly income towards their rent. Yet does that display the need for affordable housing, or is this not the Jersey City Mayor Philip represents? What this does is ostracize the residents of Bergen Lafayette, who make an average of $38,000, in contrast to their Newport counterparts, who make well over $183,000, and price them out of their neighborhood once these developers begin to expand from downtown. As Jersey City residents, we are demanding that the council yield their decision to move forward with the discussion of affordable housing without considering the burdens of the residents. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. I believe we have our next speaker on hold, 5.21. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Sergey Ginda.
Okay, Sergey, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, I'm Sergey Ginda from Ward B. I have lived in Jersey City for the past 24 years. I'm calling on behalf of the inclusionary zoning ordinance that is being discussed this evening. In previous meetings, we have called upon our council people to do us justice and to support legislation that represents the need of the city. In the ordinance he was working with Council President Waterman, Councilman Navarro proposed that developers be mandated that 20% of the units in their new building be designated for affordable housing. When discussions were had during previous IZO meetings, Councilman Navarro, amongst other council people, were flexible with 65 years of affordability. Yet the ordinance being spoken about tonight only offers 30 years of affordability. Instead, the ordinance being discussed tonight serves nothing but the developers that are building multi-million-dollar complexes. On top, the monetary benefits, some developers can get a loophole out of it if they offer to develop community benefits that include but are not limited to government offices, fire stations, and police stations, instead of affordable housing. We call for the allocation of funding to divert from anything related to public safety, yet the administration is hell-bent on mitigating the voices that oppose them. The average Jersey City resident has to pay 30% of their monthly income towards their rent. Does that display the need for affordable housing? Or is this not the Jersey City Mayor Phillip represents? What this does is ostracize the residents of Bergen Lafayette who make an average of $38,000 per year, in contrast to their Newport counterparts who make well over $183,000 per year and price them out of their neighborhood. Once these developers began to expand from downtown, as Jersey City residents, we are demanding that the council yield their decision to move forward with the discussion of affordable housing without considering the burdens of the residents. And I hope that the council people will take into consideration and give us what we want, what we need, and we thank you for your service for all these years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the line, 5.22. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Tamim Zafar. I'm a Jersey City resident.
Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, good evening. I'm calling on behalf of the inclusionary zoning ordinance that is being addressed this evening. In previous meetings, we have called upon our council people to do us justice and support legislation that represents the need of the city. In the ordinance he was working with, Councilman President Waterman, Councilman Lavarra proposed that the developers be mandated to include 20% of the units in the new buildings to be designated for affordable housing. When discussions were had during previous IZO meetings, Councilman Lavarra, among other council people, were flexible with 65 years of affordability. Yet the ordinance being spoken about tonight only offers 30 years of affordability. Instead, the ordinance being discussed tonight serves nothing but the developers that are building multi-million-dollar complexes. On top of the monetary benefits, some developers can get a loophole out of it if they offer to develop community benefits that include but are not limited to government offices, fire stations, and police stations instead of affordable housing. We called for the allocation of funding to divert from anything related to public safety, yet the administration is hell-bent on mitigating the voices that oppose them. The average Jersey City resident has to pay 30% of their monthly income towards their rent. Does that display the need for affordable housing, or is it not the Jersey City Mayor Phillip represents? What this does is ostracize the residents of Bergen Lafayette, who make an average of $38,000, in contrast to their Newport counterparts, who make well over $183,000, and price them out of their neighborhood once these developers begin to expand from downtown. As Jersey City residents, we're demanding that the council yield the discussion to move forward with the discussion of affordable housing without considering the burdens to the residents. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Okay. I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please. Okay, we're getting our next speaker on hold. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Bear with us. Okay, speaker 5.23 and 5.24, no answer, so we're moving on. Okay, just bear with us. Okay, speaker 5.25 is coming through. I will just ask them to identify themselves for the record, and we'll start their time. Okay. Not sure why it's on hold. I'm definitely going to mute that. So the speaker that came through was put on hold, or was on hold. Well, they must have got disconnected. Okay. Bear with us. We're trying. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold. Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure, sir. My name is Badi Sumakeda.
Okay, Badi, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Good evening, council people. I'm calling on behalf of the inclusionary zoning ordinance that is being addressed this evening. In previous meetings, we have called upon our council people to do us justice and support legislation that represents the need of the city. In the ordinance, he is working with the council president, Waterman. Councilman Lavaro proposed that developers be mandated to include 20% of the units in their new buildings be designated for affordable housing. When discussions were had during previous IZO meetings, Councilman Lavaro, amongst other councilman people, were flexible with 65 years of affordability. Yet the ordinance being spoken about tonight only offers 30 years of affordability. Instead, the ordinance being discussed tonight serves nothing but the developers that are building multi-million-dollar complexes. On top of the monetary benefits, some developers can get a loophole out of it if they offer to develop community benefits that include but are not limited to government offices, fire stations, and police stations instead of affordable housing. We called for the allocation of funding to divert from anything related to public safety, yet the administration is hell-bent on mitigating the voices that oppose them. The average Jersey City resident has to pay 30% of their monthly income towards their rent. Does that display the need for affordable housing? Or is this not the Jersey City mayor Fulop represents? What this does is ostracize the residents of Bergen Lafayette who make an average of $38,000, in contrast to their Newport counterparts who make well over $183,000 per year, and to price them out of the neighborhood once these developers begin to expand from downtown. As Jersey City residents, we are demanding that the council yield their decision to move forward with the discussion of affordable housing without considering the burdens to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Mary Beth Box.
Okay, Mary Beth, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council. I have lived in Jersey City for 13 years and have seen the large-scale development that's happened during that time. When I first arrived, I was early on in my career working in social services. A few years later, I got my master's degree, and now I'm a clinical social worker. I hope this is clear to the council. This city is already becoming unaffordable for the middle class. I have a graduate degree and a professional career, and I don't live in a luxury building or in the most expensive neighborhoods in this city. And yet I pay nearly 30% of my gross income on housing. One half of the residents of Ward D pay more than 30%. 3/4 of the residents of Ward A do. And should Jersey City continue to develop at the pace it has, without the council and other lawmakers stepping in, I and many other residents will join those who have already been priced out. Can you hear me? I'm getting a lot of background noise.
Can we please pause? Pause.
Can you
Okay.
pause my time?
I did. Just give me
Okay.
1 second. So if anyone is on hold at this point, if you can move away from your computer or mute your phone, but if you have that ability to do so while the other speaker is speaking, we greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Mary Beth, your time is going to start now on my countdown in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Without other lawmakers stepping in, I and many other residents will join those who've already been priced out. Jersey City has the opportunity to be a beautiful town where people can thrive together. But if you pass an inclusionary zoning ordinance that has no real power, you're turning your back on that Jersey City. To be clear, we want an IZO passed, and soon. If, as Council President Waterman says, this is such an urgent issue, which by the way I agree it is, why is there such a rush to get this through now with a weak ordinance bypassing stronger protections for affordable units when it doesn't even go into effect until January 1st? If it's written properly, an IZO requires that developers include truly affordable housing at varying middle to very low income levels with very unappealing buyout options. Because the point is affordable housing, not to let developers opt out. What we need for this city, what will keep it from developing into a lifeless luxury villa where none but the wealthy can afford to live, is to protect affordable housing, and the mayor's plan does not do this. The great news is that your council worked long and hard on a strong ordinance in the committee meetings this summer. The work being done there was near completion, and the provisions discussed could still be implemented. I want to thank Councilperson Navarro for his strong voice for the people of this city. The ordinance as it stands is a nice press release, a campaign talking point, but in effect, it's Swiss cheese. It doesn't hold water against the ruin of this town. Your city is calling out for help, has been for years, and I hope you'll hear that call and make changes. Without that, this really should be called an ordinance creating Chapter 187 of the Municipal Code, lightly appearing to suggest the inclusion of affordable housing units. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Dodgson-Thomas.
Okay, Vanessa, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. I echo previous callers in supporting Councilman Navarro and Solomon's statements regarding the inclusionary zoning ordinance. In reading through the ordinance, I found it disturbing, to say the least, that the majority of it is detailing the various ways developers can avoid including affordable housing in their buildings. For example, they could build a parking lot or a government office instead. I'd like to know exactly how that helps the people that still can't afford to live there. A parking lot isn't a house. And we all know that affordable housing is much needed in Jersey City, but great, this ordinance is on the table, but I don't see the point in passing it as it stands, as it gives the developers an out at literally every opportunity. There's so many ways that they can get out of including the affordable housing. So it really does nothing to address the housing issue. And in reality, how much affordable housing is going to be created from it. So in my opinion, the ordinance isn't achieving what it sets out to do, and the loopholes need to be reconsidered before it's passed. And in light of changing the subject to CCRB, in light of the Boswick Ave ruling today that the use of force was justified by the JCPD, I'd just like to voice my support in why it's more important than ever that we pass a strong CCRB with subpoena power and lots of community leaders on the board without mayoral appointments. And yeah, that's it. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Arthur Velwith, and I'm a member of Ward F.
Okay, Arthur, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, as I said, my name is Arthur Velwith, and I'm a lifelong member of Jersey City and of Ward F for most of it. Before I begin, let me just say that I am in favor of a CCRB with teeth and affordable housing mandates that actually mandate affordable housing. The problem is that is not what is being proposed. We have a CCRB with little to no power, and you all know this. What good is a CCRB that can't demand access to police information? What good is one that has an active police member on the board? We all know why a CCRB is being proposed. You might not say it, but we all know. We can't trust the police anymore, and instead of defunding them like we should, you've elected to have a review board that can't actually do its job. It's sad when the police are breaking the law and the city council is proposing ineffectual laws. What is the point of a government if we can't trust you to look out for us? Instead of voting for requirements for developers that you can easily overrule at the slightest protest from these developers. If we pride ourselves on diversity, then let's be diverse. Have affordable housing in the same building as luxury apartments, not tucked away in their own small pocket. I want a powerful CCRB. I want affordable housing for thousands of residents of Jersey City, not one. But more importantly, I want a city council that actually cares about its residents instead of the dog and pony show you're parading. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. I believe we have our next caller on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Sure. Pamela Johnson.
Okay, Pamela, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. My name is Pamela Johnson. I'm the executive director of the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition Movement and lifelong resident of Jersey City. In Ward A, particularly, Councilwoman Denise Ridley is my councilwoman. I recently had a conversation with Councilwoman Ridley, and I feel like we agree on a lot of issues that we face in Ward A and in Jersey City. And I know that we can definitely agree on some of the things that we need in Jersey City as far as a strong CCRB. And I love the way that we're going with the negotiations between Councilman Solomon and the community and Councilwoman Ridley. And I think that we'll end up with a strong CCRB that has subpoena power, that has investigatory power and disciplinary power. And I think that the community will be best served for it. Even with the decision that was handed down today from the Hudson County Prosecutor's Office as far as the Boswick Avenue incident. And, you know, some of the elected officials saw that video of the officers, the body cam, with the officer Rowan, you know, beating young men with his baton. So I feel like that we'll definitely be able to understand and agree that we need a strong CCRB so we can have accountability. And also, I feel like, you know, we have not, I heard folks on the call about defunding the police, and the budget was not cut. And so I don't know if someone is, you know, giving false information, but the budget has not been cut from public safety. Yet we still have programs that are underfunded or not funded. And so we want to make sure that, I know that a lot of council folks, you know, said that they definitely support funding of anti-violence initiatives and recreation and various services, but we want to make sure that we see those happen within our city and within the communities that are, you know, disenfranchised and impoverished, right? And lastly, with the inclusionary zoning, we are in the middle of a pandemic, and folks are in the middle of, you know, being priced out of their neighborhoods and not affording to live here. And so we don't want to, and I want to do better and give a different analysis of the ordinance, but it is quite Swiss cheese, right? And all the loopholes involved in that. We want to make sure that we're looking after the people of Jersey City, particularly those who cannot afford to live here and are on their way being priced out. And so I definitely think that we should take into account, thank you, Councilman Lavaro, Councilman Solomon, and everyone else who supports, anyone else anyway, who supports the ordinance and the amendments. I think that is a great addition to it. And so we should not, you know, decide anything until we actually go through all of that and figure out how we can best serve and give a strong ordinance and not anything that is less than what the people deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Dwayne Baskerville.
Okay, Dwayne, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, everyone. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Miss seeing you all. I just wanted to call in and co-sign on, excuse me, what Pam just said. I really didn't hear a whole lot of the meeting, but regarding affordable housing and community review board, I think it's critical that the community select the board, and I think it's critical that the people of Jersey City who voted for this administration should have the right to expect to be included in the increase of profitability in this city. We have a lot of unemployed people, excuse me, with towers going up downtown and up in Journal Square area. We have work going up now when, excuse me, Ward F and Ward A, and we have strangers from out of town making millions of dollars, and the kids and the adults who live here and who have been waiting for this opportunity have been left out. So I ask and humbly request that Jersey City be a part of the new Jersey City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please. Hello? Okay, just bear with us. We'll get the next speaker on the line. If you are done speaking, if you can hang up the phone so we can move on to the next speaker. Appreciate it. Okay. No answer on speaker 5.31 or 5.32. We're moving on. We're just getting the next speaker patched through. Bear with us. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, Mangeline Rivera.
Okay, Mangeline, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
First of all, I want to thank the council for taking this time to listen to the community. First of all, I want to thank Councilman Navarro for agreeing to look into the community empowerment clause and the legality and enforcement of that. So thank you, Councilman. Also want to thank Council President Waterman for suggesting that a job fair should be held. I think that should move forward and the city should propose that, definitely. Lastly, I'm calling regarding the ordinance for the inclusionary zoning. I think that Jersey City really has to set a precedent and to set a mandate. I agree with Councilman Navarro's bill and ordinance and all the research and structure that he and other council members have been doing. And we need to oppose the present inclusionary ordinance that's being suggested tonight. I agree with the many speakers before me that there are too many loopholes and questions, you know, where will offsite building take place? Where will it take place? You know, how are these tiers set up? What does it consist of? Where did these money, you know, these amounts of money come from? What's the data behind that? At the end of the day, I don't agree, and I think many people in the community don't agree with buyouts, don't agree with the city council waiver, and the city council should really take into consideration postponing this ordinance, not moving forward with a second reading, and actually proposing some other legislation or amendments that will really tighten this legislation up. I'm a resident of Ward F, and I personally have seen development. And if we are worried about members of Ward F, then we really should move forward with an ordinance that protects the people and create a mandate and a precedent that establishes 20% affordable housing in any new development. Because if not, then what we're going to see is new development and the community that lives there now being pushed out, which I think would evade the purpose of what we want to do. Or is the purpose to push out people who already live in those communities to create new buildings and attract a different type of people? So at the end of the day, I believe that we all want the same things, that we want development, that we want Jersey City to grow, to be better. And we need a stronger inclusionary zoning ordinance. What's proposed tonight is not strong enough. And I think Hoboken would say that they made an error when they only put 10%. And I think Newark now that is seeing growth they implemented the 20% inclusionary zoning, affordability in their zoning. And now they're seeing development. And now they have that established and protecting their residents. I hope that you will consider our comments and really not approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the line. We had the wrong number, actually. So if you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Okay, hi, this is Mo Kinberg. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Mo. Okay, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thanks. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council this evening. My name is Mo Kinberg. I'm a resident of Ward D, and I'm actually going to read a statement from Beverly Brown Ruggia, who's also a resident of Ward D and works for New Jersey Citizen Action. So I'm reading a statement from her first. New Jersey Citizen Action opposes, and she's talking about the inclusionary zoning ordinance, opposes the inclusionary zoning ordinance that was introduced, and is disappointed that the council has settled for a policy that does not deliver or measure up to the standard that would ensure affordability in housing across the city for the people who need it the most. It does not provide inclusionary zoning, but will let developers continue to choose where they build for lower income residents. It will perpetuate a map of the city determined by socioeconomic status, but not by inclusion and equity. We urge you to go back to the drawing board and get this right. And I share Beverly's sentiment as well as the sentiment of many of the residents who spoke this evening. I've been, as a community member, concerned about the need for affordable housing in the Heights and across Jersey City, really for as long as last decade. And, have been following this process, and I saw that there was, transparency and accountability, and we had committee meetings and work was being done. Although I think the, ordinance that was originally introduced by Waterman and Lavaro was the best ordinance. But we spent time and there was negotiations, and then it feels like a bait and switch. And suddenly we have this ordinance with this huge loopholes for developers that is, not going to serve our communities in the way that what we need is affordable housing. And I hear, from council members saying that we desperately need affordable housing and agreeing that we want affordable housing, and several, council people also saying that they did not want the buyouts. And yet here we are with an ordinance that has buyouts for developers in a way that will allow them to, skirt what the requirement is. So I urge you to go back, withdraw this ordinance, and, do your due diligence, make sure that we're passing something that the people of Jersey City deserve and need right now. We have an affordable housing crisis. This is not the ordinance we need. You need to do better. You are our representatives, and we're asking you to do better for us. This is not okay. So go back, change the ordinance, add amendments, close the loopholes, make sure that we're going to get the affordable housing that we need for Jersey City residents. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Bukolo Lode.
Okay, Bukolo, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council members and Jersey City residents. My name is Bukolo Lode, and I'm a property owner and taxpayer in Ward F. I would like to bring to your attention the poor quality of life residents are experiencing in Ward F. There are people who loiter on Martin Luther King Drive, around the corner of Myrtle and Bostwick Avenue, selling drugs in broad daylight, dumping garbage, urinating, and even sometimes defecating on private property. There have been instances, even in broad daylight, where people have been seen having sex in broad daylight. Please bear in mind that we have families with children living in this ward. I have caught strange people opening my gate and sitting on my stoop. This action threatens my safety and that of the rest of my family. It is often difficult to sleep at night because of the noise. As a result of these concerns, I'm imploring the council not to defund the police because we need them in this community to enforce the law and protect and preserve the integrity of the city. Also, I want to thank our Councilman Robinson for engaging in a dialogue and listening to our concerns. Thank you very much for your time, and I use the rest of my time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Once we're done speaking, if we can hang up the phone so we can get to the next speaker, I greatly appreciate it. Okay, we're trying to get the next speaker patched through. Just bear with us. Sometimes some of the speakers end a lot sooner than the others, so we're trying to space them out as we call them. So I do appreciate your patience. Okay, we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian Rands.
Okay, Brian, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, council members. I hope you're having a good night, and I'm sorry you're missing the VP debate. It's been very interesting so far, but there's some pressing matters in Jersey City, and I know you all appreciate that. Many of you know me, and one of my biggest passions is affordable housing in Jersey City. I see Jersey City as like a pinnacle of opportunity. It's close to New York. There's the Hudson River. There's people of different communities, different nationalities, religions. What defines the progress and what defines our heritage is our diversity. It makes us stronger. Our socioeconomic diversity and our diversity based upon inherent characteristics. We're a community of immigrants, and to preserve that diversity, we need to attack the #1 crisis that our city is experiencing, and that's affordability. Every day, people are struggling to pay their rent. People are not receiving wage increases that keep up with inflation. There's speculators coming into Jersey City and buying up land at high rates and skirting rent control and displacing people. There are people who don't have adequate resources to acquire legal services. And this change is impacting what makes Jersey City great, its culture and its diversity. If you look at the ordinance that's been proposed so far today, it does not represent the diversity in what we should strive to achieve in Jersey City. We all don't like corporate giveaways. No one wants to give something to a corporation. It's just not a good use of taxpayer dollars. It's not a good use of what we consider good government. However, in this instance, we're trying to create affordable housing, but we're giving alternatives to developers with nothing in return. You could say that we're going to do offsite affordable, or we're going to do payments in lieu of affordable. What the problem is, and as Bev Brown said in her statement through Mo, it's just going to resegregate Jersey City. It's not going to create equitable and inclusive development in each area of our city. Every area of our city needs affordable housing. And if you allow developers to pick and choose when they provide affordable, you're just going to continue the economic segregation of Jersey City. Second, we really should focus upon the process in which this ordinance was pushed. I admire what Rolando Lavaro and Council President Waterman did and do a public committee to debate the merits of the inclusionary zoning ordinance. There were very well qualified speakers. There was a lot of good constructive debate, but out of nowhere, an ordinance was pushed through and is now being considered by this council. We have to get this right. Affordability is what we should be emphasizing, and we should not be giving developers this type of flexibility when we have a very serious housing affordability crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on the line. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Jenny Tang.
Okay, Jenny, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Jenny Tang. I'm a Ward E resident and a member of Solidarity and Mutual Aid Jersey City. And tonight I want to make a comment on Ordinance 20089, which is an inclusionary zoning ordinance. This ordinance on tonight's agenda is basically a gift to developers. It allows developers to essentially pay the city to not build affordable housing. Right now, providing affordable housing is very important because people are being priced out of Jersey City every day. Jersey City is 70% renters. Tonight's ordinance does nothing for very low income households when it's those households that are being displaced by increasing rents the most. The ordinance also has buyout provisions, which lets developers pay the city to not build affordable housing. A developer can make a payment instead of setting aside 20% of its units as affordable housing, or it can opt to build potentially substandard units elsewhere, off-site. It also creates a trade-off such that instead of building affordable housing, a developer could build the city amenities, like a new school or a swimming pool, for example. By creating this trade-off now, you're creating problems down the road because it will be an either-or situation. Either Jersey City could fix its crumbling roads and water system, or we can have more affordable housing. It's an either-or when Jersey City's residents deserve all of these things and more. This ordinance clearly illustrates a conflict of interest because by passing this ordinance and not changing it, you will be acting against the interests of the people you say you care so much about. You are taking resources that people should already have access to by now: public schools, recreational facilities, clean water, public transportation, and outsourcing that responsibility to developers by letting them buy their way out of building affordable units. Thus, you are evading both your responsibility to provide these resources as well as your responsibility to ensure that everyone in Jersey City can afford to pay rent. If you actually want to make Jersey City a city that is affordable for all, you can't pass an ordinance that is doomed to fail. The same goes for the CCRB. I urge the City Council to pass a strong CCRB, not a toothless one that is doomed to fail by design. Thank you for listening, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hello, this is Bridget D'Souza.
Okay, Bridget,
I'd like to.
Your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thanks. So I'm calling in tonight to address the City Council regarding the latest tax base numbers that were released by the state. They're released each year in October. And it was revealed that Jersey City's tax base grew again. The equalized, or what we would call kind of the market or true value of the tax base, is now $44 billion. That's about $10 billion higher than the assessed value based in the last reval, which was just a few years ago. So what I'm calling about tonight is I would like to ask the City Council, and I plan on sending a copy of this to the mayor as well, is I'd like to understand what is being done to pressure test the need for another revaluation. Revaluation is needed whenever market values grow disconnected from assessed values. Revaluation is also needed to make sure that property taxes are fair across the entire city. So the state publishes each year these tax base values, the true values, to help taxpayers and local governments understand this need for revaluation and whether or not we need to pursue revaluation. So the city is responsible for undertaking that process and making sure that our assessments are fair across the board. So I'd like to just share two metrics that are published in addition to the tax base values. One is called the equalization ratio, and it was this is an annual number, and this year Jersey City's equalization ratio is published at 85.88%. Now the state says in its guidance that, and this is in state property tax law, that when you get below 85, then you should be looking at revaluation. So Jersey City is right at that, hovering right around that line. And when you get below 85%, the city is at risk of being non-compliant with state property tax law. And we all know that we were non-compliant for many years, leading up to the 2018 revaluation, which the state had to force the city to do, unfortunately. The second number, in addition to the ratio, is the coefficient of deviation, which looks at the spread, kind of basically looking at the degree of variance between assessed and market values. And that's really looking at who's, the degree of overtaxation and undertaxation that's at work. And the state gives guidance on that as well. It says if the coefficient gets above 15%, then taxes basically might be growing unfair again. Jersey City's at 17.8%. So we are above the threshold established by the state. So revaluation is required to systemically recalibrate who pays what throughout the city. It doesn't raise your taxes. It just makes sure that everyone's fair. So in just a couple years, our tax base is on fire. Okay, it's growing and growing and growing. And I've been listening to some of the comments about affordability. Our market value of our real estate is appreciating at a rapid clip. That is a signal that we need to revalue. So what I'd like to ask, what I'm calling in tonight, really to get this on the record, and also ask the city to please pursue a plan with revaluation to at least explore for it. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, good evening. It's June Jones again.
Okay, June, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
So I would like to speak on the IZO ordinance, the inclusionary zoning ordinance. I feel that as it is now, it does not protect and serve the people that needs it the most. And there are sides of this city that is not being developed. This ordinance is so very important. We've waited too long for it. We should get it right. And it's so very needed. I think there are some serious revisions that need closer lookings at. The off-site development, absolutely. The community contributions versus infrastructure needs. I think the terminology itself is confusing. Community give-backs or community awards, I think, are very, very different than looking at sewage and infrastructure, which should be the primary responsibility of the city. Going forward, I think that there are too many plans for the buyout, and there are no real community input. Community compliance and monitoring, jobs and job creation, all of these things I think come under the guidance of or the headings of community givebacks. I want to thank Councilman Waterman and particularly Lavaro Solomon. I remember participating in those meetings. I do believe I saw Baggiano and Prince Harry and many other people. So there was a lot of input that was put into this ordinance, and I think that was important to make every attempt to get it right. I appreciate that hard work, and I appreciate the thought that you thought that our experiences and our ideas made a difference with forming and shaping this ordinance. I think that it is so very, very disrespectful of the administration to shoot out a ordinance in the same week that it's being put on the agenda without serious consideration and without the aforementioned consideration of the people. This is something that is so important. Affordable housing, people are being pushed out of the neighborhood because they don't have a decent place to live. And by the way, there should be room for workforce housing. I know that has been excluded, but it's your workforce that keeps the city rolling. Your police officers and your teachers, they fall into that middle class category, and they certainly should be considered. So when going back to the drawing board, that's something that I would suggest that you look at as well. The fact that we are the largest, second largest city in the state of New Jersey, and we don't even have an affordable housing policy, and we're in affordable housing crisis, tells you that in 2020, it indicates the priority of this administration and the previous administration. So now that we're here, let's get it right. Okay, you yourselves have been forced to question the questions raised amongst yourselves.
Thank you,
Please do
Jim.
not vote on this ordinance as is.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Hannah Kopp, and I'm a resident of Ward B.
Okay, Hannah, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, good evening, council people. I am also calling on behalf of the inclusionary zoning ordinance that you've heard a lot about tonight. As we stated in our previous meetings, we've called upon our council people to do us justice and support legislation that represents the needs of the city. As you guys know, Councilman Navarro was working with Council President Waterman and proposed the developers be mandated to include 20% of the units in their new buildings to be designated as affordable housing. In previous IZO meetings, Councilman Navarro, amongst other council people, were flexible with 65 years of affordability, yet the ordinance being spoken about tonight only offers 30 years of affordability. This ordinance serves nothing but the large developers that are building multi-million-dollar complexes that are unaffordable to the members of our community. On top of monetary benefits, these developers can exercise a loophole if they establish community benefits that include but are not limited to government offices, fire stations, and police stations, but the development of affordable housing is not incentivized in this way. So we're calling for the allocation of funding to this important issue, yet it seems that the administration has been non-responsive. But, you know, as we stated before, the average Jersey City resident spends 30% of their monthly income on their rent. Residents of the Bergen-Lafayette area make an average of $38,000, which is a great contrast to their Newport counterparts who make well over $183,000. So in many residents' eyes, including my own, this displays an obvious need for an improved affordable housing and development incentives and act, and myself and many others included, as Jersey City residents are demanding that the council yield the decision to move forward without seriously and thoughtfully considering the financial burdens to the lower income residents that will be imposed on top of the burdens that already exist for them. Growth and development is good, but and I understand wanting to get something done and wanting to pass something, but you know, and not if it further feeds into the economic divide and disparities that ultimately harm Jersey City residents. And that will be the end of my statement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, I believe we have our next speaker on hold. If you can identify yourself for the record, please.
Hi, this is Elena Little.
Okay, Elena, your time is going to start on my countdown. You're going to be going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. My name is Elena Little. I'm a resident of Ward E and a member of NJ for Progress, the Hudson County Progressive Alliance, and Progressive Democrats of Hudson County. I'm calling to express my concern with the inclusionary zoning ordinance put forth here by Mayor Phillips' team, both regarding procedure and substance. I would love for us to have a real inclusionary zoning ordinance, but believe that this one introduced by the administration is far too weak. The Inclusionary Zoning Committee held a series of meetings over the course of this past year, which were open for public viewing and which were meant to reach a compromise between the 2019 Waterman-Navarro ordinance and the administration's 2019 ordinance. After this committee reached a compromise through this transparent process, from what I understand, Mayor Phillip and his team have now put forth a new ordinance developed entirely behind the scenes, and this now was the ordinance read today. And so just from a procedural standpoint, I'm really disappointed and frustrated by the continual lack of transparency from this administration and the bypassing of all the consensus building work that the committee did. So I do appreciate Councilperson Navarro for introducing amendments immediately tonight, and I will appreciate the council's willingness to consider them between tonight and the next reading. So as far as the substance of this new ordinance, I particularly want to call attention to both the buyout provisions and the unrestricted ability of the council to waive the ordinance. The 2019 Waterman-Navarro ordinance had no buyout provisions, and this would be the strongest option in my opinion. The compromise that the Inclusionary Zoning Committee reached included certain provisions such as in lieu affordable units in the same ward. This new surprise version put forth by the administration has a whole bunch of provisions, including things like parking garages, as well as affordable units anywhere in the city in lieu. So it's hard to see how this version as is won't perpetuate economic segregation in our city. And I'm also deeply concerned by the waiver provision, which allows the city council to waive this ordinance for any given development. In a city, county, and state with a rich history of corruption, where politicians regularly take large contributions from developers, this waiver provision is a gaping loophole and a pay-to-play disaster waiting to happen. If we must include the waiver provision, I would strongly push to restrict its use. For example, restricting its use to only land use legal settlements, as was the reason given previously this meeting for including the provision. So I hope to see that waiver, drastically restricted, if not eliminated altogether. So I strongly encourage Council to consider Councilperson Navarro's proposed amendments to the ordinance and to build consensus for a stronger ordinance prior to the second reading. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, speaker 5.41, there's no answer. And for the last speaker, please identify yourself for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Adam Cohen.
Okay, Adam, your time is going to start on my countdown. Your time is going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you to the council. I just wanted to speak tonight on the proposed inclusionary zoning ordinance. My work day in and day out is providing affordable housing to low-income Americans who don't have a home or are in danger of losing their home. I work in the low-income housing tax credit industry. It is something I am deeply, deeply familiar with. I'm deeply familiar with programs across other small, mid-sized, and large cities in this country. And while I applaud the mayor for his proposed ordinance, it does not go far enough. It has, as the previous caller said, several gaping loopholes. And I would strongly, strongly urge the council to really sit down and think about how we really want to make inclusionary zoning into a reality in our city. I think that the potential loopholes allowing developers to essentially pay to get out of providing affordable housing are far too broad. It is left entirely up to the discretion of the council. There's no definitive reasons for why you would be able to be let out of the requirements. I believe that Council President Waterman's proposal was for a much longer affordability period, and I applaud that. I know that the mayor has argued that that would make it impossible to receive financing, which is categorically untrue. In Washington, D.C., which is obviously a little larger than Jersey City, they now have an affordability requirement in perpetuity. And that is, certainly something that has never stood in the way of developing affordable housing in the District of Columbia. I really hope that with the input of people who know this industry well, I'm willing to volunteer myself, that the council can really rethink the proposed ordinance and really be on the forefront of inclusionary zoning and really make Jersey City the standard bearer of how we can provide affordable housing for those who most need it, especially in a time where the economy is on shaky ground, to say the best, and where millions upon millions of Americans are at risk of being kicked out of their homes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Any questions or comments on items 6.1 through 6.37? Hearing none. Any questions or comments on the officer's communications 7.1? Hearing none. On any questions or comments on reported directives 8.1 through 8.10? Okay, moving on to our claims and addendums number 1 and number 2. So I'll be taking a vote on all the claims and addendums number 1 and number 2. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. You're muted, sir.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro. You're muted, sir.
Yep, sorry. On page 1, voting no on regional industries. I noted on page 15, there's a number of COVID-related expenses. I'd asked the administration, I don't believe, and then correct me if I'm wrong, if any other members of the council got it, the COVID reports, expense reports, filed with, I'm sorry, the CARE Act reports, in particular, the expenditure reports, reimbursement reports with the county. We were promised to get copies of that. Would ask for that. The entire history of those reports at this point. And then lastly, on page 27, if I can just get explanation, it doesn't have to happen today, but what the JCRA is being paid for on that page. And I vote aye on all the rest.
So you're just voting no on page 1, regional industries, and aye on all the rest, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Claims and addendums number 1 and 2 are approved unanimously 9-0, with the one exception of the page 1 on regional industries. Okay, moving on to our resolutions. I will be taking a vote on items 10.1 through 10.12. Again, that's 10.1 through 10.12. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye, okay.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Lavaro.
Yeah, actually, I should have said something at the beginning and before we voted, but I would ask the administration to withdraw 10.3 only because it's incomplete. There's no end statement about the therefore let it be resolved. There's something missing there. So I'd ask the administration consider withdrawing that unless there's like a time sensitive matter here, but
All right, I'm just looking at it right now.
yeah. With regard to 10.8, I'm just, this constant temporary contract has been concerned. I don't want to take up much more of the evening. I'm going to vote aye on all, abstaining on number 10.3. And also I need to ask if we can get the rent registrations for 10.1. Sorry.
So you're voting aye on all, with the exception of 10.3. You're abstaining.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, we need to fix that one for sure. 10.3.
Okay. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Sorry, clerk, if I can just jump in. So I did. Councilman Lavaro is right. I mean, it seems like it's missing something. So should we just withdraw it? I mean, before we just took the vote on 10.3.
Yeah, we can do that.
The administration and law department.
Hold on a second. The notice it's a notice in lieu of deed notice, and it's complete. The signature blocks need to be filled in, but for terms of what the council needs to review in order to approve it, it is all complete. The diagrams are all complete. The details as to the DEP's review is all complete. So, Councilman Lavaro, what exactly are you looking for in terms of completeness? The signature blocks you're looking to have filled in? This is presented by PPG in conjunction with DEP. So,
I mean, the resolution at the very end, after all the whereases, it's usually there's like a clause about let it therefore be resolved, and we actually know what it is we're resolving to vote for.
Well, it's resolving to vote for the notice in lieu of deed notice, which is attached. So that language may be missing, but what you're voting on is included as the attachment.
I mean, if you want to keep it in, I've already abstained, so it's,
Okay.
Okay.
If you have any questions on the deed notice, I'm happy to answer them, but I mean, it missed that particular portion, and we'll add that in after the fact, after your vote's there, but it's, you know, what you were voting on is complete.
It's complete. Okay.
okay.
Okay, so Councilperson Solomon, you okay with the vote? Your vote? You're muted, sir.
Yes, I'm fine. I understand what the law department is saying.
Okay, so just to recap, items 10.1 through 10.2 are approved 9-0. 10.3 is approved 8-0-1 with Councilperson Navarro abstaining. And items 10.4 through 10.12 are approved 9-0. Okay, council members, I am going to be taking a vote on the balance of our resolutions. That's items 10.13 through 10.24 with the exceptions of 10.15, which has been withdrawn. 10.23 was a late item from the caucus, but it was withdrawn and we never added it. So I'll just consider it withdrawn. So both 10.15 and 10.23 are withdrawn. So I'm taking a vote on items 10.13 through 10.24 with the exception of 10.15 and 23, which have been withdrawn. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
So with regard to 10.13, I look forward to working with the Forester and also the Shade Tree Committee to make sure that this time around the warranties for our trees are good and in place in advance of the trees being planted, so we don't have some of the same issues we've had in the past. Because I know that there are many residents that are still waiting for their street trees that were supposed to be planted, you know, in some cases well over a year or so ago. And with that, I vote aye on all.
Thank you. Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Robinson.
Aye.
Councilperson Navarro.
Just a question to Melissa, on 10.17, why don't we use capital dollars here? It's for software expense.
Sorry, I don't know why we're not using capital dollars on this. 10.17 software?
Yeah, to contract to software house for the.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can look into it and get back to you.
I would ask that we not let this go forward with, just, it's a fairly significant expenditure. It's $172,000.
Councilperson Navarro, I'm just reading it. It looks like it's under state contract.
I'm talking about why not use capital dollars?
Okay.
Instead of our operating budget. Our operating budget's already strained as it is. It's I would suggest that it be withdrawn unless there's, again, an urgency to it, and to just verify that, because I mean, we just approved a capital budget that included software expenses. So,
Okay.
that being said, I'm going to vote.
Does someone answer the question?
Yeah.
I don't think we're prepared to remove it. I don't know why we're using operating funds as opposed to capital funds, but I know the finance department is already preparing to use the software.
Okay. I'll vote no on 10.17. I'll also vote, I guess, no on 10.24. Is it? Is that the car? The truck?
Yes.
I'll vote no on that as well, and aye on all the rest. And again, just for the record, there's no vehicle inventory system, so I'm not approving any vehicle acquisitions.
Okay, so you're voting no on 10.17 and 10.24.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. 24 was a late item. I'm just reading it. It's for the Guttenberg Police Department. I'm sorry, we're purchasing a car from Guttenberg Police. I'll vote aye on all except 17.
Okay, so you're just voting no on 17 and aye on all the rest.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Okay, if I can just recap, items 10.13 and 14 are approved 9-0. 1015 was withdrawn. 1016 is approved 9-0. 1017 is approved 8-1, with Councilperson Lavaro voting no. And items 10.18 through 10.24, with the exception of 23, which was withdrawn, are approved 9-0. Okay. With that being said, may I have a motion to adjourn at 10:16 p.m.?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Prinzary. I'm going to give that to, and I'll give the second to Councilperson Rivera. On the motion to adjourn at 10:16 p.m., all council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
We are out of here at 10:16 p.m. Thank you so much, council members. Thank you so much, the staffers, my staff, and the staff behind the scenes. Thank you so much for making this happen and all your hard work. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. And please remember to always wear your mask when you're out and about. Please stay safe and have a great night. Okay.